Good morning. I'll wait just a few moments so that we can take our seats and then we'll get today moving. Thank you. So we'll reconvene the meeting. If we need to know the time for our Chief of Staff, it's 9:08 a.m. And I'll ask our Chief of Staff, Carrie Nikolajewski, to please take roll.
Chair Brooks.
Here.
Vice Chair Goodman.
Here.
Regent Ariscata. Regent Batista.
Here.
Regent Boylan.
Yeah.
Regent Brager.
Here.
Regent Brown.
Present.
Regent Carvalho.
Here.
Regent Del Carlo.
Here.
Regent Downs.
Here.
Regent Fernandez.
Present.
Regent Goycochea.
Here.
Regent McGrath.
Here.
You have a quorum present.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So just a quick administrative note, the item number 29 is the Boring Company. We're going to shift that around a little bit just because of time constraints that folks have who are speaking specifically on that agenda item. And then after public comment, we'll pick up from two agenda items yesterday, 10 and 11, and then we'll move forward with some other agenda items. Right now, though, we'll go to agenda item number 17, which is public comment. For those who would like to call in and offer public comment, please dial 669-444-9171 and enter meeting ID 992-4875-3091 and passcode 555-555. Is there any public comment at GBC?
There is none at this time.
Thank you. Is there any public comment at the system office in Reno?
Yes, we have one.
Thank you.
Hello, Regents. My name is Rochelle Basson, B-A-S-S-E-N, currently serving as WNC NFA Chapter President and Lead Negotiator at the table. I am sharing updates to the board on our efforts to negotiate a successor agreement. This is our second year at the table with WNC, totaling 32 hours of meetings since November 2024. Outside of the table, hundreds of hours in training, prep work, data analysis, and consultation with our bargaining unit members. The work we do in our bargaining negotiations isn't just for improving faculty working conditions. It benefits our students. It's about retaining qualified, devoted, hardworking faculty. At a small community college like WNC, many of our first-gen students rely on the recommendations from their family, friends, and community members, whether they'll take the leap of faith at furthering their education. But when WNC loses 7 out of 9 of their full-time nursing faculty in 1 year because of working conditions, that disruption will reduce student trust. When 4 of our tenured and tenure-track faculty quit since September, that breaks student trust. Faculty are also frustrated at being shut out of decision-making processes that impact academics, leading to confusion. In 3 out of 4 of our last bargaining meetings, the WNC team showed up empty-handed with only 4 counters presented last week. The goal that we, out of 19 plus articles, the goal that we set is to wrap up negotiations within the next month. To achieve that goal, we will need to see significant progress and engagement from WNC leadership in the next couple of meetings. Thank you.
We'll now move to public comment here at CSN.
Good morning. My name is Andrew Lavengood, Lavengood, and I am a math instructor here at CSN, as well as the State Vice President for NFA. I'm here today on behalf of the over 500 faculty at CSN that will be affected by a successor contract, which is currently being negotiated. We are the ones that must approve any successor agreement that is negotiated at the table. We are the ones that must be sold on the list of pros and cons of a successor agreement. We are the ultimate authority on whether a contract is ratified, same as the board. We each get a say in that. Why then do the negotiators at CSN, which represent the board, feel empowered to make only punitive demands of faculty without offering anything in return? As an example, negotiators think faculty should continue to accept summer assignments for less pay, despite the cost of living going up and not down. Who would accept that? Negotiators think A-contract faculty should work 40 hours a week, up from their current 35, but they do not offer a corresponding increase in pay. Who would accept that? We call on the board to engage in their role of oversight with administrators and negotiations across the state. Ensure that your negotiators are engaging in fair, reasonable, and serious negotiations with your faculty. Let it be known, faculty will not be browbeaten into a worse contract. We are united on this, and when we are united, we win. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Sheena Gwynn, last name spelled Guynn. I'm a faculty member and instructor with the Department of Health Sciences here at CSN. And let me tell you that I absolutely love working for this institution. But I'm here today to publicly speak and oppose the changes that our administration is currently proposing. Dear Board of Regents, I strongly and respectfully urge the board to reconsider their proposals to 1, decrease faculty summer pay, 2, add additional work hours without compensation, and 3, restrict the location of office hours for our faculty. Decreasing summer pay for faculty is an absurd proposal that will pose a risk of losing experienced professionals. And we know, especially in the Department of Health Sciences, that we cannot afford that risk. In addition, reducing pay will cause hardships, financial instability, and it will leave our faculty feeling underappreciated and undervalued for their time and expertise. Secondly, adding additional work hours without compensation will impact the positive spirits of our faculty, reduce morale, and increase the possibility of a high turnover rate. Thirdly, the proposal to restrict the location of office hours is not conducive. In this technologically advanced day and age, a lot of students prefer the convenience of reaching out by email, text message, or video conference versus in-person contact. I myself can only count a handful of times a student has dropped into my physical office hours on campus. I chose to speak today on behalf of myself and other faculty members to express that we are not asking for anything extra here, but simply to maintain what we already have. To our president, Dr. Klippenstein, and other leadership members, our faculty is the foundation for student success. We encourage you to maintain the integrity of this institution by not reducing pay, not adding extra uncompensated hours to our workload, and not restricting the location of our office hours. Thank you for listening, and thank you in advance for doing what is right for your faculty members.
Good morning. My name is John Aliano, professor at CSN, spelled A-L-I-A-N-O, and I teach film production courses in the videography and film program. I am deeply concerned about the administration's efforts to take the final selection of department chairs out of faculty's hands, change office and/or contact hours to only in-office hours, and cut summer pay, even though the Regents just passed student fee increases. With respect to summer pay, this is a workforce development issue. I teach a Cinematography 2 course, a course I developed nearly 15 years ago that can only be taught in summer as the class takes a 5-day field trip to Los Angeles to be working with and attend seminars by leading professionals in the industry. This takes considerable effort to set up and execute. I've had members of the American Society of Cinematographers tell me they are impressed as prominent film schools in LA don't even do what I am doing with our students. This has helped our students earn a record 141 student Emmy nominations and 68 wins in the past 12 years, a record in our chapter in the state and one of the best in the US. CSN currently is the #1 place for film workforce development in Nevada. Cutting faculty salaries for summer pay, and for me that would be a 50% cut, would do considerable damage to the professional training our college provides students. With Warner Brothers and Sony both vying to build massive studio infrastructure in Las Vegas, we need to support, not hinder, a potential golden age of industry growth and high-paying jobs for this community. This past weekend, I was awarded the Trailblazer Award at the Doc-Utah International Film Festival for my feature documentary, 3 Decades of Teaching and Inspiring Filmmakers. My student, Hisani Johnson, won for Best Student Film, his 6th film festival win. This kind of success needs institutional support, and we would be building upon that by a collective bargaining agreement that moves forward, not backwards. Thank you.
Good morning, Board of Regents. My name is Bianca. I'm Brazilian, also international student in doctoral program at UNLV and a grad assistant. I went to bed at 3 a.m. because I was working. No one asked me to eat or forced it on me, but because I respect my students and take quality teaching seriously. Preparing classes in just 13 hours a week is impossible, and dedicating yourself to academic research in only 7 hours is even less realistic. I already understand that asking you to recognize the graduate assistant union will probably not make a difference. Still, that doesn't stop me because I have the peace of mind of knowing that I am here to still make something. Still, I will be remembered for fighting for justice. What about you? What will history remember you for? Maybe none of what I have said so far carries much weight on me or for you, because this is not your reality. After all, you don't have to come to this podium to plead for help. On the contrary, Vice Chair Goodman, Regent Arascada, Regent Breger, Regent Brown, Regent Fernandez, Regent Goicoechea, Regent McGrath, and Regent Del Carlo. I hope history will remind you for why it is unforgiving. My heart cried listening to that undergrad's outburst during the January special meeting. Your reaction broke my heart. Apparently, exposing our pain makes no difference. You don't care about us. You are not like us. You don't understand what it means to lack privilege. You don't care about quality education. Should I really start believing that Vegas is really only about gambling? Well, the only thing necessary for the triumph of the evil is good men doing nothing. Thanks for nothing.
That's your time, and we'll continue on with public comment, but I also want to just make a quick disclosure. In fact, I'll ask our attorney to do that for me, and it's not necessarily a disclosure for me, but more of a statement very specific to public comment.
Thank you, Chair. For the record, Chris Nielsen, your special counsel. Just a reminder for all the public commentators that we have certain rules as outlined by the Attorney General's office to keep the comments from being irrelevant, repetitious, slanderous, offensive, inflammatory, irrational, or amounting to personal attacks. So just a reminder. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, counsel. Let's continue with public comment, please.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Nayeli Villanueva, Villanueva. I'm an English professor here at CSN, and I'm also the lead negotiator for the NFA here at CSN as well. I want to speak candidly about what is happening with contract negotiations on our campus and what it costs. We are 16 months into negotiations, 16 months. And rather than approaching a resolution, we have entered fact-finding, a process that no doubt delays settlement and extends uncertainty for every faculty member and every student at CSN. This did not happen because faculty stopped negotiating. It happened because the administration chose to narrow bargaining to the bare minimum required by law, treating long-standing contract provisions as disposable. Provisions that have worked, provisions that have kept CSN stable and functional for faculty and students alike. It has become apparent that what they are proposing is not reform. To put it simply, it is reduction. Summer pay, significant cuts, work week hours increased without additional compensation for some faculty, department chairs stripped from faculty hands and placed in administrative ones, office hours restricted in ways that undermine how we actually serve students, and at an institution that proclaims to put students first. This week, the administration expanded their negotiating team to include the Executive Vice President of Academic Affairs and the Vice President of Finance. When an institution sends its most senior academic and financial leadership to the table at this stage, it signals a declaration of intent. My team and I, backed by faculty voices, have sat across from the table for 16 months in good faith. What I have witnessed is a sustained effort to reframe faculty rights as a problem to be solved. They are not. Shared governance, fair compensation, and faculty-led academic departments are not insufficiencies to be eliminated. And I believe that's my time. Thank you.
is Dr. Melissa Giovanni, Giovanni. I'm a tenured faculty in environmental science, and I'm a proud member of NFA, and I stand here in solidarity with them. The proposed cuts in summer pay and increase in contact hours with no additional pay concerns me. This effectively reduces faculty pay at a time when healthcare premiums and cost of living continue to rise. Competitive compensation is essential for retention and student success. I have served on 2 recent faculty searches where we made offers to extremely qualified candidates who turned us down due to the already below average compensation offered here. I am a single income household, and the proposed increases in health premiums are a real threat to my finances. Any reduction in my pay becomes a significant hardship. I'm also concerned about the potential weakening of our academic freedom. The ability to govern ourselves as faculty are critical to ensuring that we provide our students with the best education possible. We need the freedom to choose our own department chairs. We need the freedom to design our own programs and courses. I've asked my students over the past year or so if they want to be taught by faculty or by AI. They unanimously want us, the faculty. It is in the best interest of CSN to keep our contract intact. Thank you.
Hello, Stacy Walters. I am president of the Nevada Faculty Alliance, and I'm speaking today on one issue, binding grievance arbitration in contracts, and why the board's oversight is needed right now. In plain language, a faculty member files a grievance, it's appealed to a dean, then a VP, then a president. If the contract is still being ignored or it's unresolved, the only next step in that grievance process is to persuade the same leadership to reverse course or to go to court. That's a loop, and when it fails, it becomes costly litigation for both sides, like at CSN, where the college is paying outside counsel to fight the contract's pay rate, language that many of you voted to approve. Right now, all 4 NSHE institutions are negotiating at the same time, and we keep hearing the same message from NSHE Council. The Regents do not want binding grievance arbitration and that it's too expensive. But Title IV, Chapter 4 lists grievance and arbitration procedures as mandatory topics, meaning it must be negotiated, not taken off the table. Here's why deferring is a problem. If the board defers, NSHE decides on your behalf whether contracts have a fair endpoint. That's where oversight breaks down. Binding grievance arbitration is the fix. It's a neutral decision maker hearing both sides and issues a final binding decision. It can be designed to control cost, like expedited timelines, 1 neutral decision maker instead of 3, caps on the number of hearing days. So please ask for options. 2 or 3 clause models with estimated costs and timelines. Review them yourselves and direct the system, because the alternative is more delay, more conflict, and more money spent in court. Thank you.
Hello, Regents. My name is Pete Martini, M-A-R-T-I-N-I. I'm an associate professor of psychology at Nevada State University. I want to ask the board one simple question today. Do you know what's being done in your name? NSHE crafts policy, interprets and implements those practices, and they do that on your behalf. At times, however, the consequences of those decisions are felt by faculty, staff, and students. And that happens most often when those underlying policies are not clear, and oftentimes when the board has not had genuine discussion on an issue. We're told, for example, the board does not want grievance arbitration, and yet in the last 3 years that I've sat in the gallery, there's been no meaningful discussion on arbitration. Instead, NSHE presses forward with expensive litigation, like a case here at CSN, where we're arguing about whether a 0.75 factor in pay can actually mean 0.075. These are costly and avoidable conflicts that are being pursued in your name. There's also an issue when it comes to family medical leave. The problems are very clear. Academic calendars do not align with federal mandates. And yet, the policies that we have in place lead to a patchwork system where individuals have drastically different experiences within campuses based exclusively on local discretion. This instability affects retention, morale, and learning environments. Faculty working conditions are student learning conditions. And so my request is simple. Exercise deeper oversight. Ask more questions. And ask yourself, if something is being done in the name of the Regents, is it worth it? Thank you.
Good morning, Regents. My name is Carmina Agba, and I have the honor of serving as the student body president at the University of Nevada, a title I take a lot of pride in, not because it has the word president, but because it's right next to the words University of Nevada. This is my last meeting serving as president, and so I want to provide my perspective for the upcoming legislative session in 2027 before I miss my chance. The recent tuition increases came with meaningful commitments from the Regents and the university administrators to support students through expanded scholarship opportunities in the future. As we look toward the next legislative session and seek to articulate our goals in Agenda Item 18 and in future meetings, we hope advocacy efforts will continue to focus on growing programs like the Millennium and Promise Scholarships. Expanding these opportunities ensures that Nevada students can pursue higher education and continue building their futures here at home. Another thing I want us to keep in the front of our priorities is food insecurity, which is a challenge that many of our students quietly face. The AAC1 Senate Special Committee on Food Insecurity and our food pantry pack provisions work every day to support students experiencing hunger or financial unpredictability. No student should ever have to choose between paying rent or having a meal. While our university and community partners have made meaningful progress, continued attention and support at the state level can also help to create long-term solutions that strengthen our campuses. We are also grateful for Chair Brooks, Vice Chair Goodman, and Chancellor McNair's continued encouragement and commitment for students to engage in the advocacy alongside NSHE at the state legislature. Students want to be part of this work, and that was very much evident today during the NSA meeting that we had. And when students feel informed, including valuing these conversations, they're eager to show up and advocate for the institutions that have given them so much so far. Continuing to build these relationships with students across our campuses will only strengthen that shared mission, and we are grateful for the NSHE leadership that we have, who's very committed to that task. And at the end of the day, Nevada's higher education system is strongest when we remember that behind every policy and every decision are the students whose lives are being shaped by those opportunities. Thank you very much for your time, for your leadership, and for your continued commitment to the Nevada students. And as always, go Pack. Thank you.
Thank you. SES, is there any public comment on the phones?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Caller with the phone number ending in 6288. Please press *6 to unmute. State and spell your name for the record, and you have 2 minutes to address the board. They're not unmuting, Mr. Chair. That's all the callers we have at this time.
Thank you, SES. I know this happened before in a meeting. Let's just wait at least another minute just to give them an opportunity to see if they'll come in. I would imagine they're still on the line. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair. They're still unmuted, or they're still muted.
Maybe they're watching this and they'll know that they're muted, but we're waiting for them to come in on public comment. I'll give them another second just to okay, maybe we can hear from them at the end of the meeting then rather than now. Thank you, SES. We'll move to agenda item number 10. This is the Board of Regents meeting dates and locations. This is for possible action. The one caveat I'd like to make is for Regents to please take a look at the quarterly meetings. And if you notice for September, it says September 2nd and 3rd. September 2nd and 3rd falls right into a holiday weekend. And we spoke with President Dalpy, who said that the meeting could take place at his institution on the 1st and 2nd. And so I would say let's take a look at the 1st and 2nd as dates rather than the 2nd and 3rd. And so the quarterly meetings are mapped out. And then the special meetings, you'll notice that there are 2 options. The dates are almost similar, but the days are going to be different. We've been having our special meetings on Fridays, and the suggestion is that maybe it's easier to move those meetings on Thursdays. And so, yeah, Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you. I looked at that and I wondered, are we going to be voting either do a special on Thursday, or are we voting to do special on Friday? Or are you just throwing that out there so you can decide which one you want? I wasn't sure.
No, I appreciate that, Regent Del Carlo. No, this is for board discussion so that we can vote on which day we will have our special meetings. And so
Okay.
we will, as a board,
Okay.
vote to have those special meetings on Thursday, or they'll be on Friday.
Okay, well, I'll voice my opinion then. Absolutely on Thursday. I'm really tired of getting home late on a Friday night.
Sure.
It's just, work day for most people starts at 5 o'clock and
Yeah.
ours keeps going. So
Right,
considering what we're paid, I think Thursdays would be better.
sure. Regent Brown?
Thank you, Regent Brown, for the record. I want to go back to the quarterly meeting. So the September meeting was actually the second point I had, so I like the suggestion of moving it back a day. But I actually want to touch base on June, the June 3rd and 4th. So May 31st, which is the Monday, is Memorial Day. June 1st is Sine Die. Then it's Wednesday, which is our kickoff, and then the 3rd and the 4th would be our meeting. That's a heck of a week, right? I understand that there is a Jewish holiday on the 10th or the 12th, the week before. So given that we're possibly looking at a Wednesday, Thursday for September, obviously in the University of Nevada, Reno will need to agree to this, but could we do it the following Monday, Tuesday, the 7th and 8th? Just giving us some break after the legislative session, also giving our staff maybe 48 hours to give us a recap of what happened.
I appreciate that, Regent Brown. The staff has coordinated that with UNR, and so certainly there are options that we have.
I did, they didn't say yes or no, but I did speak to them beforehand. So I'm throwing it out there.
No, it's
We'd
perfect.
obviously have to talk to the campus, but.
I appreciate that, Regent Brown. This is the perfect time to throw it out there and discuss it. And so,
Well,
listen, we can take a look at if the consensus is that September 1st and 2nd is okay, and if we want to make adjustments for June, we can do that. I think it might be a little bit of coordination on the fly with the institution and with board staff. And so.
I'll also say just one last point to that, like SES has to come in 4 days in advance, so we're gonna ask them to work on a holiday. If we keep it on the 3rd and 4th, they'll be working on Memorial Day.
Those are great points. And so what we could do is we could certainly vote on March, September, and December. And rather than putting everybody on the spot right now, unless the coordination can happen, very quickly, it might make sense to just take a look at what we'll do in June of 2027 at the next meeting. And, that way there's an allotment of time for coordination.
And then I had one more quick question about the December. I was just curious, because I couldn't find it online, if UNR and UNLV knew when their winter commencements were going to be in 2027. It's mostly for situational awareness, but this
Yeah.
last time it all got meshed in and it was a lot for everyone, but
Listen, I appreciate that, and again, that's why we're having the discussion. I do know that board staff and the institutions work extraordinarily close with one another when it comes to scheduling these. And so UNLV is certainly aware of when they're hosting the meeting. I don't know that there's a conflict with UNLV to host the meeting during that time or with staff or SCS, but that's a great consideration. And so is it I could see maybe taking a look at June, but we could always move some of this to next month. It doesn't have to be taken care of right now. Right,
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying. There's time.
the December one was mostly just situational awareness. We can remember we moved because of December 6th, and then this year it bled right into UNR commencement. And then I'm just trying to look at a calendar and mostly, yeah.
Regent Brown, that's
Yeah.
exactly what board staff, the institutions, and SES did. So, yeah, I think that's fantastic. Again, if the consensus of the board is to move some of these dates, we can move the entire quarterly meeting scheduling until the special meeting next month, although some of the other dates I think are pretty solidified. I think March, September, and well, maybe they're not so solidified. So we don't have to do a formal,
I have a.
Chief of Staff, Nick Lajewski, please. Go ahead.
Thank you. Carrie Nikolajewski, Chief of Staff for the record. I'm hopeful that the UNLV date works better this time, the proposed date, because it's a week later than it usually is. And typically, we'll see President Sandoval need to leave early on the Friday to get back to prepare for commencement the next day. So I'm hopeful that pushing it a week will separate it from the UNR commencement. For the June meeting, that was a request of the institution. Certainly happy to revisit.
Well, and again, they didn't say yes or no, but when I asked them about it, it was because of the Jewish holiday the next week. So I don't think I think we've just never had it on a Monday, Tuesday, which is why it probably wasn't offered. But I'm just a friendly ask, right? Because that seems like a lot for individuals and the staff, plus SES would have to work on Memorial Day. If we were to keep it Memorial Day, Signing Day, opening Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, like that's a week I don't want to put, and my calendar's insane. And that's not a week I want to put on my calendar personally.
Mr. Chair, if I may, how do we feel about a Tuesday, Wednesday? And I only ask that because there's a lot of meetings that take place with the different councils the day before the board meeting.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I guess I did see it was sunset on the 10th, so I think the 9th and, is it Shavat? Shavat is the holiday?
Very, very close, yeah.
It's close? Shavuot, okay, thank you. Yeah, and yeah, I'd be fine with the, so it'd be the 8th and 9th.
Yeah, sounds perfect. Regent Breger?
I'm just going to chime in regards to, I'm going to say something that I think everybody, before people were like, why? I know we travel, which to me I think is very expensive and is not, when people said one time to me, well, you see the campus, what? I'm going to say this, the bathroom in the room that we're in. We really, unless you go a day early or stay a day late, you don't see the campus. What would be wrong in September if we were in our building? It saves money, it saves a lot of things. And I've asked for how much it costs us to travel, and I've never received it because I know staff, I mean, what technology needs to do, what everyone needs to do, what our staff needs to do. What if just in this 1 year, and I think for me, I'd rather go in April and spend 4 days and see all the campuses on my own time versus anything else. So it's a suggestion for the future. It makes sense fiscally and responsibly. We raise student fees. These would help things that we wouldn't have to do things like that sometimes. Or as looking to their raises and everything else that they're speaking about. And I don't think they even know we don't get paid. I had a lady say the other day, well, you make $80 an hour. I said, I'd quit my other job if I made $80 an hour. Anyway, I just think it's something to look to in the future, economically, fiscally responsibility, and we don't get to see the campus.
Thank you, Regent Breger. That's a great perspective to have. Is there other considerations for any of the dates? It's a pretty informal, process. Let me just hear from Regent Borland, who hasn't had an opportunity yet, and then we'll go back to you, Regent Brown.
Aaron.
Oh, thanks.
Regent
Okay.
Batista.
Regent Bautista.
Yeah, Regent Batista for the record. So I'm a teacher, so I can't really travel during the middle of the week. So I wouldn't be able to do those dates.
Thank you. I appreciate you bringing that up as well. So how about this? I'm not so sure that we're landing the way we wanted to land with these dates. And so what I'd propose is that we take a look at our quarterly meetings next month. We certainly have time to organize this. And so let's do that. Let's look at it next month rather than, spending what could be some significant time in trying to dial all this in based on everyone's schedules. Okay, sure.
Sorry. And then with the special meetings, I did want to point out the January 6th or 7th and 8th special meeting is actually right in the middle of CES, which is the largest here in Vegas, 6th through the 9th. And I think the hotels would be astronomical and the flights would be crazy. So I would suggest either the 4th or 5th or the 11th or 12th.
Okay, for that special meeting in January. I was just going to ask you, Chief of Staff Nick Lajewski, does that calendar well with other things that are going on with the system office?
I would certainly need to look. Carrie Nikolajewski for the record. The preference is always earlier in January because we could potentially have new regents and we want to do their orientation expediently. So I would say earlier is always better than pushing it later.
Yeah, no, thank you, Chief of Staff Nick Lajewski. Is there anything earlier than the 7th and 8th in that?
4th and 5th.
Would those dates work or no?
Which hurts Aaron again.
I'm sorry, are you asking
I
the
was-
4th and 5th?
I was
will
asking
work?
you if dates earlier, because what you said makes sense, right? That's a strong consideration. Earlier is better. If we push it just a little bit, does that, I know that there's a lot of coordination that happens with with boards, staff, with your office, SES, all the other things that are happening around the system, other meetings that are going on. Because it's not just when the board can get together, we've got to make it fit inside all of the other meetings that are taking place throughout the state with institutions and, so if we move that earlier, does that work?
I'm sure that will work. We can make that work. So 4th and 5th for
4th and
January.
5th?
I have one more
Okay.
And I'll just add, there's really never going to be a perfect time.
Of course.
This is Las Vegas and Nevada, and there's always something going on, so.
Of course. Okay, so thank you, Chief of Staff Nick Lajewski. So we'll make that change then on our calendar. So Thursday would be the 4th and 5th. And, yeah. So we'll land with it there. Are there,
One more. Sorry.
sure, Regent Breger.
I just asking for consideration for all of us. We do give up a lot of our time, not just when we're sitting here. On the Thursday, and I am for the Thursdays, which I always was for. The July 15th, I know we don't always need them and sometimes we don't. I don't know how hard it is for anybody else. I do take a vacation with my family and maybe other people do. We have the July, August. One of those maybe we give up and people can actually plan ahead of time of what they could do for family time. I just think it's important.
Thank you, Regent Breger. I think that those considerations make sense, and it's not that we always have to have a special meeting. It probably would be a good idea for us to at least calendar a special meeting. We never know when things come up where we have to get together to discuss.
And I
discuss
understand that.
something.
So, I mean, last time I sat out on a balcony for 8 hours, so I can do that again.
Thank you, Regent Breger. So we're going to move the quarterly meeting discussion till next month. We do have the special meetings options for Thursday or Friday. Regent Fernandez, was there something that you wanted to?
Yes, sorry,
Provide?
I do say I do have a personal preference towards Fridays, and I understand where my colleagues are coming from. I have a full-time job, and it allows me to better plan my week in a 4-day format and, focus my Friday to the business of NSHE rather than putting a break in the middle of the week and going back to work on that Friday. So just wanted to share that for consideration of where I am.
Thank you, Regent Fernandez. That's another consideration. And so that's the uniqueness of our board, is that we are all doing something, on a almost a full-time basis. Well, most of us are. And in regards to trying to schedule it, it could be sometimes challenging. We can always change things if we have to try to accommodate things that may come up. Probably having a basis of when we could get together would be advantageous. And then if there's adjustments that have to be made, certainly we could make those adjustments. And so if there's no more discussion on the special meetings, what I'd like to do, and I'm sorry, Regent Ariscata or Regent Downs, do you have any opinions or would you like to weigh in at all on these meeting dates or whether it's a Thursday or Friday? No.
I think Friday tends to work a little better, but I'm kind of flexible on that, and I don't know that Regent Ariscott has any other opinion on that, but I tend to be Fridays work well, but I understand if some people prefer a Thursday too. So I'm not trying to be non-committal. I just don't have a lot of strong opinions.
Right.
Like my colleague, not a lot of strong opinions. Let's just get the date. Let's set them. Let's do them. We're committed to this board. We're committed to the system. Let's get this going.
Thanks, Regent Ariscata. Regent Batista, just out of curiosity, based on your teaching schedule, is there any Does Friday or Thursday matter?
For me, Friday works better because usually Fridays are, I like fun Fridays if the kids are good, so it's easier for me to like miss that day and get a sub for that day.
Okay, thank you, Regent Batista. So what I'll do is, we'll do almost like a roll call vote, and what I'll ask for is that the regent would, rather than voting yes or no, you will vote Thursday or Friday. And then we will just go with what the majority, with what the majority sees as the better day for our special meetings, and we can always make adjustments to things as they come up. So Carrie, will you please lead us in a Thursday or Friday decision vote?
Vice Chair Goodman,
Thursday or Friday?
Thursday.
Regent McGrath,
Thursday.
Regent Ariscata,
Friday.
Regent Batista,
Friday.
Regent Boylan,
Can I say I'm not voting on this, because either day is fine with me.
Go Thursday.
Flip a coin.
Flip a coin?
Well, I didn't mean that literally, Regent.
I was getting my challenge going out. If, as long as it's just one day Thursday.
Regent Prager,
Thursday.
Chair Brooks,
It just really doesn't matter. Because I've heard from other regents based on their schedule, I'll say Friday.
Regent Brown,
Friday.
Regent Carvalho,
I'm in the same boat. It really doesn't matter to me, but I think Friday makes sense. Thank you.
Regent Del Carlo,
Thursday.
Regent Downs,
I guess I'm gonna go with Friday.
Regent Fernandez,
Friday.
Regent Goycochea,
Friday, although it doesn't make any difference to me.
Friday wins.
Okay, thank you, Chief of Staff Nick Lajewski. I appreciate that. What I'd like to do next is close that out. Certainly, we'll do the quarterly meetings discussion. We'll do that at our special meeting next month. That provides a lot of time for different coordinations. And we'll go on to agenda item number 11. This is the Distinguished Nevadan Awards. And what I'd like to do is offer those regents who are making a nomination to speak on behalf of, their request for the board to approve that nomination. And we will begin with Regent Brown.
Thank you. Regent Brown for the record. I'll be reading my nomination for Diana Bennett. It is my profound honor to nominate Diana L. Bennett for the Distinguished Nevadan Award, the highest recognition bestowed by our state. Diana's career is a story of vision, grit, and grace, and a reflection of Nevada's pioneering spirit itself. Diana is one of the most accomplished and respected leaders in the global gaming industry. As chair and co-founder of Paragon Gaming, she has transformed properties across North America and pioneered innovative partnerships, including the River Cree Resort and Casino, the first ever First Nations gaming property in Alberta, Canada. Under her leadership, Paragon Gaming has built a reputation for excellence in development, operations, and community engagement, values that mirror Diana's own approach to leadership, building boldly, leading with integrity, and leaving the door open for others to follow. A second-generation casino operator, Diana began her career in the casino industry not as an executive but on the ground floor. After attending Arizona State University, she left school to pursue her passions for gaming and hospitality, a bold move that would define her lifelong trajectory. Her early hands-on work in casinos taught her every facet of the business, from the front lines to the boardroom, preparing her to become one of the most trusted figures in an industry once dominated by men. Throughout her career, Diana has led with bold innovation and heart. She previously served as president and chief operating officer of Casino Data Systems, where she guided the company to become one of North America's leading gaming manufacturers. Her leadership, vision, and deep understanding of gaming operations have earned her national recognition, including her induction into the American Gaming Association Gaming Hall of Fame in 2017, one of the highest honors in her field. Yet, for all of her professional success, It is Diana's philanthropic leadership that truly distinguishes her. She has chaired both the 3 Square Food Bank Board of Directors and the UNLV Foundation Board, leaving lasting legacies of community impact and institutional growth. Today, she continues to serve as co-chair of the Dignity Health Foundation and as a board member of Lexicon Bank, where she brings her trademark blend of business acumen and civic purpose to every endeavor. Through the Bennett Family Foundation, Diana has dedicated herself to uplifting Nevada's children, families, and women. Her foundation has supported organizations such as Opportunity Village, Child Focus, and the Nevada Children's Center, as well as programs that promote education, inclusion, and human rights, including her lifelong support of the center, Las Vegas's LGBTQ advocacy organization. Her commitment to advancing women's leadership led her to co-found the Nevada chapter of the International Women's Forum and support initiatives like the UNLV Empower Her program, which cultivates the next generation of female leaders in business and hospitality. Diana's legacy is not only one of achievement, but of generosity and mentorship. She exemplifies what it means to be a distinguished Nevadan, someone who doesn't just succeed in Nevada, but elevates Nevada. Her story is one of preservation, integrity, and impact, and of the women who helped shape Las Vegas into the world-class destination it is today, while never losing sight of the people who made the state extraordinary. In Diana Bennett, we see the best in Nevada: entrepreneurial spirit, bold vision, and a heart committed to service. Her contributions have touched the lives of our state and beyond, and her example continues to inspire generations of leaders to come. There could be no more fitting recipient of Nevada's highest civilian honor.
Thank you, Regent Brown. Regent O'Carlo?
Thank you, Chair Brooks. I'll try to read this. With great honor and pride, I nominate Reno philanthropist Dixie May as a distinguished Nevadan for her many years of giving her time and treasure to charitable causes and to the University of Nevada, Reno. When she was 10 years old, Dixie's legal guardian became Wilbur D. May, and 9 years later, he adopted her as his own. Wilbur D. May was the son of the founder of the May Department Stores Company, which was founded in 1864 in Leadville, Colorado, as May Dry Goods. The store expanded as the May Department Stores with locations across the United States, and then in 2005 it was acquired by Federated Stores. In 1936, Dixie's father purchased 2,250 acres in southeast Reno, and by combining and placing his initials on top of each other, he named his property the Double Diamond Ranch. Although he was a worldwide traveler, hunter, and adventurer, Reno became his beloved home. Dixie graduated from high school when she was 17 years old, and her father sent her to a finishing school in Switzerland where she learned French, High German, and Swiss German. She spent her early years in Illinois, Nevada, California, and Switzerland before settling in Grass Valley, California, where she lived for nearly 13 years as a rancher on her 1,060-acre Double Diamond Ranch. She returned to Reno in 1994 and has made her permanent home here ever since. Major highlights of her philanthropy and awards include the following. At the University of Nevada, Reno Spring Commencement in 2001, May was awarded an honorary doctorate of humane letters. In 2011, Dixie was honored as a recipient of the University of Nevada's prestigious Jake Lawler Award at the 43rd Annual Governor's Dinner at the Governor's Mansion in Carson City. The Jake Lawler Award, named after the former Wolfpack coach, is given annually to an individual who has demonstrated substantial and exemplary support of Nevada's intercollegiate athletics program over an extended period of time. May's support of Wolfpack athletics dates back to the early 1990s and has included unprecedented gifts to the scholarship fund supporting women's athletics and a major gift for their Marguerite Peterson Athletic Academic Center. May was also one of the first donors to commit to Nevada's Moving to the Mountain campaign, an inaugural member of the Center Court Steering Committee, which supports women's basketball. May has been a member of the AAUN Board of Directors since 2010 and is a Wolfpack season ticket holder. From 1995 to 2001, May served on the University of Nevada's Foundation Board of Directors and served as chair for 2 years and served on the executive board for 6 years. She is currently an emeriti member of the foundation. The Wilbur May Foundation, under Dixie's guidance, annually donates $100,000 to women athletic scholarships. May has been involved for the past 15 years as a major donor to the Dean's Future Scholars Program. In 2022, May personally donated the seed money of $100,000 to begin the UNR Sports Management Program in the College of Business and gave the same donation amount the second year. Through the Wilbur May Foundation in 2022, she gave the lead gift for the NICU-PICU fifth floor unit at Renown Hospital in Reno. For 32 years, May has been heavily involved in the Children's Cabinet and the Children's Cabinet's Wilbur D. May Youth Center. In 2012, she was honored as the first recipient of the Dixie May Philanthropy Award. This award is given annually to deserving Nevadans. With the 40th anniversary of the Children's Cabinet in 2025, she received a special award for her philanthropy, along with the Children's Cabinet original founder and his wife. In conclusion, I would like to add a quote from former University of Nevada Athletic Director Carrie Groth, which states, quote, "Dixie May's support for University of Nevada athletics is critical to our success now and in the future. Dixie is passionately and committed to young people, especially our female student athletes, and without her leadership and generosity, we would not have been able to build our quality facilities or provide the support our student athletes need to succeed. She has lived an extraordinary life, but remains modest and generous. Dixie is a special member of the Wolfpack family, and we are so grateful for her commitment and support. I humbly ask the Board of Regents to unanimously support Dixie May as the 2026 Distinguished Nevadan. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Del Carlo. Regent Downs?
Thank you, Chair. I've nominated Thomas J. Hall. So Thomas Hall has been practicing real estate law in the Reno Tahoe area since 1972. In 1985, he founded his own law firm in Reno, focusing on land use, water rights, and real estate. Hall has played a vital role in precedent-setting land use cases at Lake Tahoe and authored and co-authored a series of major land use law publications for Nevada's continuing legal education program. And some of his writings have been adopted by the federal government. He maintained an active license as a Nevada contractor from 1966 to 2024 and holds a pilot's license since 1966, reflecting his lifelong passion for aviation. He served as a ski instructor for the Reno Ski Program for several years. Hall served 7.5 years in the Nevada Air National Guard as a sergeant. He was activated for 18 months during law school, following the Pueblo incident in 1968, where the U.S. Navy's intelligence ship USS Pueblo was attacked and captured by North Korea during the Vietnam War. His educational background: born in Southern California and raised on the Nevada side of South Lake Tahoe, Hall was valedictorian of Whitell High School. In 1961, the University of Nevada invited Northern Nevada high school leaders to attend a leadership conference on campus where Tom met his future classmates, fraternity brothers, and student leaders. He attended the University of Nevada, where he studied business, earning his bachelor's degree in finance and economics in 1965. While at Nevada, Hall was a member of the Sigma Alpha Epsilon fraternity, was a member of the debate team, and participated on the ski team. After graduation, Hall spent 2 years as a contractor at Lake Tahoe. When a friend suggested he attend law school, he attended Northwestern Law School in Chicago, Illinois, where he received the school's prestigious Hodes Prize for authoring an outstanding paper concerning Nevada subdivision laws. He earned his law degree from Northwestern University in 1971, and following graduation served for a year as law clerk to Nevada Supreme Court Chief Justice David Zenoff. So the reasons for nomination: his outstanding accomplishments, achievements, and contributions to Nevada's people. Hall's service accomplishments and contributions have touched all areas of the state of Nevada and span legal, civic, educational, and philanthropical areas. He is a member of the Washoe County Bar Association, where he served as president, and member of the American Bar Association and the State Bar of Nevada. Hall has served as chairman of the Washoe Valley Citizens Advisory Board, co-founder of the Nevada Rock Art Foundation, and president of the Tahoe Sierra Preservation Council, president of the West Washoe Association, president of the Reno Stead Airport Association, president of the Reno Air Racing Foundation, and president of the Community Foundation of Western Nevada. Hall has been a key participant in the academic, public service, and social life of the University of Nevada, Reno campus for 60 years, including serving as a trustee and chairman of the University of Nevada, Reno Foundation, and as a 3-term president of the University of Nevada Alumni Association. Hall has been a dedicated supporter of fine arts in Northern Nevada and of Nevada athletics, scholarships, and other programs at the university. The Thomas J. Hall Endowment at the university was established in honor of his many accomplishments and contributions to the university. Hall was honored by the University of Nevada Alumni Association with its Service Award in 1980 and Exceptional Achievement Award in 2018. He was inducted into the university's honor court as a silver benefactor in 1997 and received the university's President's Medal in 2000. Through his involvement with the Reno Air Racing Foundation, Hall has blended his passion for education and aviation. While he served as a trustee and chairman of the Reno Air Racing Foundation, he co-founded Pathways to Aviation, the educational outreach program designed to inspire youth through aviation education. Hall is president and board chair for the George W. Gilman Foundation, which was founded in 2003 to honor the legacy of aviator, inventor, entrepreneur, and philanthropist George W. Gilman, who pursued his passions for aviation, aerospace, engineering, education, research, workforce development, and economic renewal for Northern Nevada. Among other support to Northern Nevada, George W. Gilman Foundation provided more than $1 million to Washoe County School District to transform facilities at the Academy of Arts, Career, and Technology, AACT, into a state-of-the-art learning center focused on aviation technology, and gifted $36 million, the largest ever contribution to the University of Nevada, Reno, to establish the George W. Gilman Aerospace Program with its College of Engineering. So I've met Mr. Hall at UNR Games, and I was very impressed with his passion for aviation and higher education, and I'm just really proud to nominate him for this prestigious award. So I ask for everyone's support. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Downs. Vice Chair Goodman.
Thank you so much. My nominee is Alan Feldman, and Alan Feldman is just a really incredible human being. Alan and I have met many years ago, and he used to be a spokesperson for Steve Wynn and Elaine Wynn and MGM Resorts, and he parlayed all of that ability to meet people and do great things, and he decided to use it for good. And he was very integral in building the Smith Center, the Performing Arts Center downtown. He's just been a huge advocate for the Las Vegas community. He started the Game Sense program with MGM Resorts, so he's done some really incredible work when it comes to responsible gaming. And then he also decided he's going to head up the Governor's Advisory Council for Problem Gambling, and he's done some really incredible work there. He's a fellow at the a distinguished fellow at the International Gaming Institute here at UNLV, and he's just one of those people that takes time, always cares, and is just really, like I said, an incredible human being. I'd love for you to read his full bio. It's attached. But this is a person who cares about this community, gives back to this community, and I would ask all of you to please support me in nominating him as the distinguished Nevadan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice Chair Goodman. The nominee that I'm bringing forward is Donna Lee. Donna Lee's life reflects a consistent, deeply personal commitment to service. A retired United States Navy veteran with 20 years of honorable service, Ms. Lee has devoted her post-military life to ensuring Nevada's veterans, first responders, and their families are supported with dignity, compassion, and practical help. For more than 2 decades, her advocacy has directly improved the lives of countless Nevadans by strengthening access to veteran services, reducing veteran homelessness, supporting mental health and suicide prevention efforts, and mentoring justice-involved veterans toward rehabilitation and stability. Her work is not symbolic or occasional. It is hands-on and measurable. Over the years, Donna Lee has helped Nevadan veterans access housing, benefits, treatment, mentorship, and peer support, often stepping in during moments of crisis when no other advocate was available. Ms. Lee is widely recognized across Southern Nevada as a tireless veteran advocate and community leader. She has served in leadership or volunteer roles with organizations including Vietnam Veterans of America, Disabled American Veterans, American War Mothers, Military Women Across the Nation, Nevada Women's Association, 22 Warriors Foundation, Montford Marines, Women Veterans of Nevada, and Race to Erase 22. Through these organizations, she has contributed thousands of volunteer hours supporting veterans dealing with homelessness, post-traumatic stress, substance use disorder, unemployment, and social isolation. One of Donna Lee's most significant contributions has been her longstanding role as a female mentor coordinator for the Henderson Veterans Treatment Court. In this capacity, she has helped coordinate and supervise peer mentorship for women veterans participating in the court's rehabilitation system. Additionally, Donna Lee has served as mentor coordinator and mentor at the Regional Justice Center and North Las Vegas Court. Ms. Lee understands firsthand the mental health challenges facing veterans and first responders. She has completed formal training in Safe Talk and Assist suicide prevention, and she actively applies that training in the community. Over the years, she has personally intervened in numerous high-risk situations, connecting individuals in crisis with immediate care, peer support, and long-term resources. Her calm presence and lived experiences have made her a trusted lifeline for veterans who are reluctant to seek help through traditional channels. Donna Lee's influence extends beyond any single nonprofit. She has served as Vice President of the Vietnam Veterans of America and CEO and President of Mentors Across America, helping shape mentorship programs that support veterans both within Nevada and nationally. In recognition of her extraordinary service, Ms. Lee was named Veteran of the Month by the Nevada Department of Veteran Services, an honor reserved for individuals whose volunteer contributions have made a meaningful and lasting impact on Nevada veterans' population. She has received recognition from Congressman Horsford, Congresswoman Susie Lee, U.S. Senator Jackie Rosen, and U.S. Senator Kathleen Cortez Masto. Those who work alongside her consistently note that her contributions extend far beyond formal titles or recognition. Whether mentoring a veteran late at night, attending court sessions week after week, or advocating behind the scenes to secure housing or treatment, Donna Lee shows up, ready to work and without expectation of praise. Donna Lee's service has made measurable difference in the lives of Nevada veterans and in the health of the community they call home. Through thousands of volunteer hours, sustained leadership, and direct support to hundreds of individuals, she has strengthened Nevada's veteran services, saved lives, and restored hope to those who once felt forgotten. Her record reflects exactly what the Nevada Distinguished Award is meant to honor: long-term commitment, exceptional leadership, and a profound benefit to the people of Nevada. Donna Lee's impact will continue to be felt for years to come, and she is richly deserving of this recognition. I respectfully request the board's approval for Donna Lee to be recognized as a distinguished Nevadan. And with that, we will, as a possible action item, we'll move for a singular vote to approve all nominees, and I'll ask for a motion to approve.
I make a
I move
motion
to
to
approve.
approve.
I think the motion initially came from Regent Del Carlo, although noted that Regent Downs and Regent Breger were fighting for space to make this motion to approve, and I'll now ask for a second.
Motion for second.
Motion to approve, or motion to approve the second is Regent Breger, so we have a motion on the floor for the Nevada Distinguished Awards for the recipients that were named by the regents who nominated them. Motion to approve was by Regent Del Carlo, seconded by Regent Breger. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye or yes.
Aye.
Aye.
Those who do not approve, please signify by saying no or nay. That motion passes, and congratulations to those nominees. We will now move on to agenda item number 18. This is the 2027-29 biennial operating budget and the 2027 capital improvement projects. Before we move into this agenda item, I will ask for Regent Carvalho and Regent Downs to make their disclosure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Pursuant to NRS 281A, I'm disclosing that I am a graduate student at UNLV. I believe that the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my situation would not be materially affected by the information presented in Agenda Item 18. Therefore, I will be participating in this vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Pursuant to NRS Chapter 281A, hereby disclose that I am an employee at W&C and do not have any affiliation with the buildings being affected in this request. Under the guidance from my legal counsel, I have been advised that because the independence of judgment of a reasonable person would not be materially affected by my situation, I will vote on this matter.
Thank you, Regents Carvalho and Regent Carvalho and Downs. We'll now move to Chancellor McNair to I'm sorry. We will now move to our CFO, Chris Fatone. I believe, Chris, is this your last conversation that you have with us as our CFO?
Good morning, Chair. Chris Fatone. It may be, I suppose. And if I had known, maybe I would have put some animation in here for you. But
I would have appreciated that. Well, thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to present our initial overview of the budget planning for the next legislative session, the next biennium, the 27-29 biennium. I have these topics for today, but I'll say up front that I'm going to try to accelerate through my slides and give you the most time with the presidents who are going to present an overview of each of the campus's priorities, both capital and operating. So I'll start and maybe spend a little bit of time on this slide, which is the schedule for the preparation of the budget that we will submit, both capital and operating. And this shows an end in August or September 1st for submitting, and I would mention that's the end of this process and really then the beginning from there to the governor's budget. But so we're here today in February, March. It's a little dark on the screen here, but I think in your materials you can see October 25, we started this process where the chancellor and staff visited with each of the institutions on their campuses, received presentations from each of them on both operating and capital, and with the intention of that being to understand directly from the campuses what they anticipated or saw as their most important priorities, so that we could then take those and start working on system level aggregation of those items and developing some themes for our request for the operating budget. We're here in February, March. We just came from the governor's office announcing the budget schedule for this biennium on the 25th, and here today to give you this presentation. Next steps, I think you'll see that we've tried to be responsive to the process from the last session going through this cycle. So I think we've tried to adjust our schedule so that for each step we'll have more opportunity to give you advance of how we're bringing the operating and capital priorities forward, so that you'll get a better view of those before we bring them to you each step for your approval. So to meet the timelines, though, this is the schedule we've laid out. So in some of our first deadlines, the campuses have to submit their capital priorities to Public Works as early as April 1st. That is so that Public Works can start to get them into their system and start assigning them to project managers. So that's ahead of your approval, but it's just to alert the Public Works what we're looking at there. We have scheduled for your April special meeting a preliminary view of the capital priorities as they will be ranked by the business officers and reviewed with the presidents, so that you get a preliminary view of them there at the April meeting. The timeline that we have to provide Public Works with the system's ranked priorities for capital is June 1st. And so we have your May special meeting scheduled to hear those recommendations, that ranking for capital as a final request for your approval so that we can report that ranking to Public Works at their June 1st deadline. Then in June at your quarterly meeting, we anticipate having a preliminary view there between the June and July special meetings of the operating priorities, June preferable, July if needed, so that we can finish building the operating budget request that we'll submit to Governor's Finance Office in time for their September 1st deadline for that to be submitted. Also in June there, you'll see, I know you had on your agenda for this meeting, the preliminary view of the fee proposals for the professional schools, the medical, law, dental schools. You saw those as an information item at this meeting. They'll be back for you for final approval at your June meeting, so those budgets can be built. And then also at your June meeting, you received the campus's recommendation for their registration fee distributions for the next biennial cycle, the fall. That'll be the fiscal year 28 and 29. You'll get those for approval at your June meeting as well. And so the last step there is August, where at your August special meeting, we would anticipate bringing forward the final view of the operating budget that we're submitting to the Governor's Office for our agency request for the start of their process to build GovRec. I do have a note on there, the Public Works Board meeting. I don't have it on there, but for reference, the Public Works Board meeting where Public Works Board meets to hear all of the agency requests for capital is scheduled for August 26th and 27th. So I don't think that has not conflicted in the past with your special meeting dates. So I have, we'll work with Public Works and if at all possible, try to prevent a conflict there. But there's a lot I think that goes into their scheduling of that two-day meeting. And just alert there that could potentially be a conflict. So I do have in the materials a recap of the budget closing from the last legislative cycle. This is where they're in your materials. I didn't necessarily want to spend a lot of time on these, but this just a record of what was submitted last cycle for both our agency requests, what was included in the governor's executive budget, and then ultimately what the legislature approved. These were items that were included in our base funding, which the one item that didn't make it into the through ledge approval was the formula, as you're well aware, and then we have some discussion later in the materials on where we're going with that. There were several one-shot appropriations, and you'll see more of that in the current priorities that we'll bring forward as well. And several new items here that came out of this last cycle that, again, you'll see these come up again in our themes for the upcoming session. In capital, you'll recall the system did not receive much initially coming out of the Public Works recommendation or the executive budget, but there were numerous items that were ultimately funded by the legislature when they did get into session. And I think when I initially presented this wrap up in the June meeting, I missed it there as well, but I'm missing from this slide, just for the record, a $1.2 million allocation to DRI for fire sprinklers that was also included in a one-shot bill. And then you'll recall in the special session, while we didn't have much in GovRec on capital, we did, the system was recognized quite heavily in the special session with the two building appropriations for UNR's life science, UNLV's business, and then the top off for the UNR State Health Lab. And outside of the systems budgets, as in other cases, there's some funding that is in other agency budgets that these are part of the current cycle. And again, these are things you'll see in themes coming forward for the next session. This is also part of last session wrap up, the collective bargaining units. We're still seeing how this is playing out in the current cycle in terms of matching up the level of funding that was provided to NSHE for these items versus what our experience is for each of these. So that was the wrap up of the last session activity. We want to move on into where we are today and what we're looking at as we're starting to work on this process for our next request. So as in the past, since so much of our new money funding is coming in the form of one-shots, we have a continuing risk of either converting those one-shots into permanent funding or determining how those one-shots build into activity that is otherwise built into our base for ongoing funding. Some of the more significant or that you've seen in the past are the nursing expansion. I think that's one that continues to be a high priority for both the state and the system to build that workforce. And then some of the other items that were added in this session. One of the topics you'll see in our priorities for operating is that adequacy of base funding and how we're discussing to bring forward the formula. So what I've tried to do here in the next couple of slides is group the operating priorities into what I think we're seeing as the themes for the system request, and one of those themes is the adequacy of base funding. I think the way we've started talking about bringing this forward is using and leveraging the applied analysis work on adequacy of funding that was presented initially to your September meeting last year, and looking at how we can convert that adequacy discussion into a formula discussion that is focused on adequacy of base funding rather than a redistribution model that necessarily is causing competition between the campuses, leading to winners and losers as we redistribute in a formula. So wanting instead to convert to a adequacy-based discussion rather than a competitive distribution. Remaining coming forward from the last formula work, though, is continuing to address the small institution factor. You'll recall that in the closing, that small institution factor was only funded up to 40% of the revised formula approach for small institutions. So we want to make sure we don't we bring that forward as well. And then just continuing with other operating budget constraints that the campuses have to manage, including adequacy of public safety funding, fee waivers, O&M. We were fortunate with support from the governor's office on an inflation adjustment for utilities, but that was limited to utilities, and O&M continues to be a high cost driver for the campuses. And then keeping up with technology and infrastructure support puts strain on all the campus budgets as well. One of the other common themes is, of course, student support initiatives, and I'll apologize. In looking at the themes or the issues coming through from the campuses, stipend, I grouped graduate assistants and PTI rates on this slide under student, and the PTI rates are obviously on the operating slide for the base funding, but I'd connected them just as being items not covered by your salary schedule. So just to point that out, that they're both there, the graduate assistant stipends being a student issue and the PTI really belonging on the prior slide. But, and then some other student support issues that I know you hear about regularly at your meetings. I included on here the grant and scholarship programs that are not all funded directly into the system's budget, but that do play a big role in supporting students in enrolling in our programs. And we do have some meetings scheduled with the Treasurer's Office coming up here in the next week to talk about really all these programs. The Promise Scholarship and Millennium Scholarship are budget accounts in the Treasurer's Office, and so we'll be meeting with them to talk about those. You might know there was an article recently expressing some concern about the adequacy of the Millennium funding for this cycle. I think we want to get a handle on that before it's a surprise. But then also just making sure we're coordinated in bringing forward funding requests in the next session for both of those items that have been more recently funded out of one-shot appropriation. So they're something that's there's not a continuing source that's identified covering them. These are where you'll see a lot of the one-shot appropriations that came forward in the 25 session that we need to monitor and bring forward again, and then also the UNR initial funding for the College of Veterinary Medicine that you heard about yesterday. So those were the three themes I think that we've started to put together for around the operating priorities, then wanted to move into our capital priorities. And I have these grouped for you into the types of categories that Public Works works with. The first here being deferred maintenance. And as you know, we have a biennial appropriation of $15 million that we have received each of the bienniums for about 40 years now. As you know, that's not adequate or even close to adequate for the system's deferred maintenance needs. So we do have several high dollar items that were identified by the campuses, and although you don't see Nevada State and UNLV listed on this slide, they do both also have significant deferred maintenance priorities that would be on this schedule. So as we did in 2020, 2023, when the system prioritized additional deferred maintenance allocation for the system in total, that these may be packaged that way, and we may have some that come through individually as well. But we definitely anticipate a deferred maintenance request being prioritized in our final capital priorities for you. One of the other categories that Public Works looks at is construction projects, and so you have the two construction projects that they approved in the special session, and so we have other construction projects that the campuses have identified, and you'll hear more about those, I think, as you hear from the presidents after my presentation here. And then the third category Public Works looks at is the planning projects. And, it's helpful to have planning projects that make it through the session because those generally lead to construction projects. And so we have some planning projects, several you've seen before in prior iterations. One of the things that we talked about, business officers spent quite a bit of our time on Wednesday working on the capital prioritization, going through the process we've used the past couple cycles, but again, taking your feedback into consideration. And one of the items that we definitely incorporated in our discussions was the prior rankings and prior action from the legislature and your interests in considering how these get ranked ultimately when we bring them forward. So again, that's our plan is to present that preliminarily to you at your next meeting in April. And that is the end of my presentation today. And so unless you have questions, I'll hand it off to the presidents for their slides.
Thank you, CFO Vitone. Are there any regents with questions at this time? And just so you know, Regent Downs and Regent Arascata, I can't see the screen up north. So if you're signaling, I wouldn't know. Regent Del Carlo?
Thank you. Where's Chris? Chris, I just have a question. Okay, the funding formula didn't get used last time, so what are we using going forward? The old one?
Chris Vitone for the record. Thank you, Regent Del Carlo, for the question. So to clarify, the formula was used, but not the distribution portion of the formula. So there's the base component of the formula that uses weighted student credit hours to calculate the campus caseload adjustment. And then you have small institution carve out and research O&M carve out that are components of the formula that's been in place since about 2013. Those components of the formula were used both of the last two sessions to address the base and maintenance adjustments for the system. The portion that was not used was the redistribution portion, where the weighted student credit hours were then used to redistribute the base among the campuses. That's the part that's been set aside, and I think that the recommendations that we put forward last time that used different elements to redistribute the formula that we submitted with a hold harmless or additional funding request, that was the portion that wasn't approved. In large part, I think what we heard was significant concern about redistribution, coupled with a concern for the ability to fund the base adjustment and what would come next. So where were we going to go next, given we asked for hold harmless? So what we've done since then, I think, was really looking at the applied analysis of adequacy of funding for the Nevada system And what we're working with now with the business officers, we talked just at our Wednesday meeting with business officers and presidents and applied analysis, looking at how we can leverage that applied analysis work toward presenting to you in this cycle recommendations for how to attach that to a request addressing the adequacy rather than a redistribution model, but how we may bring forward a request focused on what adequate funding represents, looking at both the student component and the state component of total funding for the campuses. So I know that's a long non-answer, but it's more work on the adequacy work to bring forward a recommendation for your consideration.
Chris Heavey, Interim President of UNLV, and have a few slides just to run through the UNLV capital requests for the next legislative session. I'll sort of run through them quickly, and then if you have any questions, happy to answer them, and have some other members of our team here who can help with specifics. As we know, deferred maintenance is a problem, as CFO Vitone said. We have billions of dollars worth of infrastructure on the UNLV campus that's not being adequately maintained, and so a $91 million request leads off to maintain the current infrastructure. Desperate need of a new fine arts building that would replace the building that was built before I was born, and I'm sorry to say I'm not a young man. It is the oldest building on our current campus. It needs to go. And a building for the School of Nursing to move that vital program into the medical district and give them the space that they need to expand our capital priority requests. A list of requests for safety, security, and technology enhancements, and these were also kind of aligned with many of the things that CFO Vitone said. We have not added funding for additional campus police, and so we need to increase that as we see enrollment growth across the system, and we love that to be a system request. Facilities and operating related specifically to safety. We've done quite a bit, but we could use more there. Technology is a constant game to keep up with, and we need quite a bit of money to try to continue to modernize our technology infrastructure. Yesterday, you approved in ARSA, the Nevada Institute for Cybersecurity, ongoing funding for them, and that could also help us stand up a security operations center that would help with cybersecurity for the whole state, really, and we could even offer services to government agencies, and we'd love to do that in cooperation with UNR. I know our two CIOs have talked quite a bit about those issues. We also have, as CFO Vitone also mentioned, some of these one-time to permanent requests, the nursing expansion being at the top of the list, the GME funding that came from the governor, the teacher apprenticeship program, which has done a great deal to produce more teachers for the desperately needed shortage, the behavioral health money that will produce new people to work in the mental health workforce shortage, and our new cleft palate and craniofacial clinic, a great program that was funded with one-time money. We'd love to see those continue on. And a list of campus requests that come from a variety of different areas. I won't go through them one by one. You can look at them, and we're happy to answer any questions about any of them if you would like. And we also have on this slide the requests that came from CSUN and our GPSA leadership of some of their priorities. And with that, I will hand it over to my colleague, President Sandoval, unless there's any questions.
Thank you, President Heavey. Are there any questions for President Heavey regarding the priorities? Regent Borland?
Thank you, Chair. President Heavey, I saw one of your slides about the campus safety and security. How much of that $11 million that we got from the legislature is going to be applied in there? It was like 3 million something.
Yeah, this would be additional funding that we would be requesting. That money was already distributed out to the campuses and has been used for security upgrades that have already been put in place on the campuses. And I think it was distributed to all of the institutions. I'd have to check on the exact amount that UNLV got. I think it might have been in the neighborhood of
so that's totally
million.
Separate then?
Already done, spent and in place.
Outstanding. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Regent O'Carlo?
Thank you, Chair Brooks. I noticed you, the mandated fee waivers. You didn't list that as a category, I didn't think, unless it's in something else. And how much is that for you guys? Do you know?
Yeah, we did not put that as a specific request. That's, again, a system-wide issue. We would love to have funding. I think that's hit UNR the hardest, but I know that we're spending millions of dollars on that as well. We've had a dramatic increase in the number of Native American students who are taking advantage of that fee waiver, which is wonderful, but very expensive to the campus.
Yes, and I would just say that I think we should include that, and what the breakdown is, maybe a slide when we do present to the legislature, a slide with all the institutions and what it costs them, because you guys got to find that money. I mean, you're not getting compensated for it. And yeah, every cause is a great cause, but it comes at a cost to our institutions too. So thank you.
Agreed, thank you.
Vice Chair Goodman?
Thank you. So I was in the Fine Arts Building. It really does need, and I really think we need to talk about the fact that we are going to get a Chihuly chandelier in there that is like absolutely exquisite. I believe it's almost 2 stories tall, and that enough is just such an incredibly compelling reason to get this building going. So I wish you the best with that one, because I think it would be amazing.
Thank you for highlighting that, Vice Chair Goodman. It is a tremendous need. It's also very workforce relevant in the Las Vegas community. They add to our local workforce with all of the fine arts venues down in Southern Nevada. And the building is essentially almost unusable in the summer because the HVA system cannot be upgraded to deal with the Las Vegas heat. And so it needs to go desperately. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President Hevy. And obviously that the board would reserve that right to be able to ask presidents other questions after their presentation has been completed. Thank you. President Sandoval?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the Board of Regents, Chancellor, for the record, Brian Sandoval, President of the University of Nevada in Reno. I'm pleased to present the university's budget priorities for the fiscal year 2027-2029 biennium. I think you'll find that they're both prudent and strategic. And you'll see these priorities reflect our deep commitment to campus safety, workforce development in critical health science fields, academic excellence, student access, and infrastructure necessary to sustain our mission as Nevada's original land-grant university. Our requests total $74.9 million for FY 2028 and $42.45 million for fiscal year 2029. And as I mentioned, represent strategic investments that will directly benefit students, faculty, staff, and the state of Nevada. So first, and I know Regent Boylan is keenly aware in campus safety and security, as you are all. We're requesting $3.2 million in fiscal year 2028 and $2.4 million in fiscal year 2029. Over the past 20 years, student enrollment has increased by 42%, and we have added 16 new buildings, yet the number of peace officers on our campus has remained unchanged. This request includes funding for 10 additional peace officers, 6 community service officers, a social worker, and necessary equipment under our Northern Nevada Command Staffing Initiative, totaling $2.4 million annually. Additionally, we are requesting a one-time capital investment of $800,000 in fiscal year 2028 to implement controlled access systems at our Knowledge Center, which is our main library on campus, and the De La Mer Library to better manage facility access during evenings and weekends. And to answer Regent Boylan's question, yes, we utilized that money from the last session of the legislature for additional cameras, old camera systems, locks on doors, etc., but it's been fully spent. So moving on, health sciences workforce development. This is our largest priority area, totaling $10.7 million in fiscal year 2028 and $14.9 million in fiscal year 2029. These investments address Nevada's most pressing workforce shortages in healthcare. We're requesting $1 million in fiscal year 2028 and $5 million in fiscal 2029 to develop the accredited College of Veterinary Medicine. And those of you on ARSA heard about that, and those of the other regents that were here heard about that as well. And I'm not going to go through the shortage of veterinarians in the state, but it is an acute need. And frankly, I think this is a very modest request to get the veterinary hospital off the ground, or school. For nursing expansion, we are requesting $3.7 million in fiscal year 2028 and $3.9 million in fiscal year 2029. This includes continuing the SB 498 funding at $2.1 million annually that has been in place since 2023, plus additional faculty support, simulation expansion, and research growth. If funded, we project enrollment expansion of 57 students in fiscal year 2028 and 12 additional students in fiscal year 2029. We're also requesting $1.5 million annually for social work expansion. Nevada ranks last in the nation for access to mental health care. Our School of Social Work is growing rapidly with 900 students, but only 14 full-time faculty. This investment will add 4 tenure track positions, 10 limited term appointment positions, and support the launch of an online BSW program in fall of this year, 2026, with a new specialization in child behavior and wellness. For graduate medical education, we're requesting $4.5 million annually. Nevada unfortunately ranks 48th nationally in primary care physician access, with approximately 70% of the state's population in federally designated shortage areas. This funding will sustain 4 existing residency and 5 existing fellowship programs and support expansion of at least 5 new programs by 2030. This includes OBGYN, World Track Family Medicine, Pulmonary and Critical Care, Surgery, and Addiction Medicine, with the target launch dates of June 2027 for OBGYN and World Track Family Medicine. Next, academic excellence and teacher development. We are requesting $5.75 million annually. This includes $5.5 million from the Knowledge Fund, an increase in the Knowledge Fund. And this is to accomplish several goals. First, to increase graduate assistant stipends by $2,000 per year to enhance competitiveness for 650 state-funded graduate assistants. Establish the Nevada Graduate Fellowship Program supporting 40 fellowships at $50,000 each, and fund the Nevada Postdoctoral Research Fellowships Program with 10 competitive fellowships while incentivizing principal investigators to create 8 new postdoctoral positions. This next one is part of this ask, I think, is really important. We also seek to have the Knowledge Fund support a faculty startup and retention initiative to provide competitive packages for newly recruited research faculty and retention incentives for high-performing faculty at the risk of departure. Additionally, we are requesting $250,000 annually for our Collegiate Academy teacher scholarships to provide professional development for concurrent enrollment instructors who would like to obtain a master's degree. Next, moving on to student access and innovation. We're requesting $12.25 million in FY 2028 and $12.4 million in fiscal year 2029. We're requesting $1.1 million annually for Collegiate Academy Title I access. Dual credit programs represent one of the most cost-effective pathways to degree completion, yet the fees associated with these courses remain unaffordable for many students attending Title I schools. This challenge has been exacerbated by uncertainty, and I think we heard about this yesterday, surrounding federal Title I funding and financial pressures on school districts across the state. State funding is critical to broad participation in dual credit programs by underserved students, so this one is very important, I think, statewide. Next, you've heard about our Digital Wolfpack initiative, which provides devices, for example, Apple iPads to each and every one of the students who enroll in our university, as well as transfer students. This amount is $5 million annually. This request sustains this program, which has become an essential component of the digital learning environment. It is overwhelmingly supported and popular amongst our students, and of which 95% reported it made them more successful academically, and 95% said it directly supported success in their field of study. And again, you heard yesterday about OEM and the open educational materials. If we're able to do both of these, each and every one of our students will have access to that program, so it truly would be beneficial to campus. Next, we are requesting $950,000 in fiscal year 2028 and $1.1 million in fiscal year 2029 for the Online Learning Initiative. This initiative funds a strategic plan expansion of the university's online program portfolio targeting adult learners, working professionals, and geographically dispersed populations who cannot access traditional on-campus instruction. And as you recall, Mr. Chair and the Chancellor, I shared with you an article that showed, unfortunately, the state of Nevada being last in college attainment for certificates and badges and degrees, and I think this would go a long way in improving that. So if this were funded, the initiatives is projected to attract 500 to 700 net new fully online students. Finally, as President Heavey mentioned, we are seeking $5.2 million, I think it was Regent Del Carlo, for mandated fee waivers. So obviously, the university is required by state law and by mandate and policy adopted by this board to provide fee waivers across several categories of students, yet there is no reimbursement from the state. For our campus, the Native American fee waiver totaled $2.1 million for FY25 and is projected to exceed $2.5 million in fiscal year 2026. This $5.2 million request covers the costs and above $1.5 million. So what we are proposing is that we would put in $1.5 million, and the money we're seeking is to go above that because we feel like we should have, a personal campus contribution to this policy, but we could use the help, obviously, from the state so that we can sustain the programs that they're at full benefit levels without eroding other institutional priorities, because obviously we have to use all of this money within our existing budget. Finally, infrastructure and athletics, and I was just thinking to myself, President Heavey was talking about a building that was built at UNLV before, or when he was born or something before, but I'm not trying to one-up, but we have a building that Grover Cleveland was the President of the United States on our campus that was built in 1887. But in any event, we are requesting $43 million in FY 2028 and $7 million in FY 2029. And you see a photograph up there. This includes $17 million for critical HVAC and chiller upgrades. What you see there is a temporary one. This building that it serves was built in 1974. It includes classrooms, the swimming pool, a gymnasium, dance studios, faculty offices and such. And so every summer we have to bring that in because the HVAC system cannot accommodate that building, and it's extremely expensive, and we'd prefer that we'd be able to update and provide the HVAC for that building. We're also seeking to replace the HVAC for the Neller Anderson centralized vivarium HVAC units that are critical for research animal welfare compliance and support the research programs of 22 faculty members. And again, I had an opportunity not long ago to visit that vivarium, and there's some really critical medical research that goes on in that building, and you have to provide absolute climate-controlled conditions in that building in order to take care of those animals and make sure that your research is appropriate. So this is another thing that this HVAC would take care of. We're also requesting $19 million for roof replacements across 17 buildings, covering 323,000 square feet. These 21 roofs are out of warranty and beyond their serviceable life. And as I mentioned, I could go down the line, but we have buildings that are over 100 years old and between 50 and 100 years old that could really use the help. And I think one thing that is specific to NSHE is one of those buildings. Over the past 5 years, maintenance staff have responded to more than 50 work orders for leaks and repairs at the NSHE Computing Center alone, just by itself. So during inclement weather, roof-related leaks cause severe damage to research and academic equipment, building systems, and facilities. So we really need the help with all of that. We're also requesting an additional $2 million annually for operations and maintenance of new space. And again, I'm not going to bore you with the details, but we've been blessed to add a lot of new buildings on our campus, the business building, the life sciences building, the new student field house, all of those, and those are going to require additional O&M that we're going to need this money for. And then finally, for athletics, we're requesting two critical investments totaling $5 million annually. And what we're seeking to do is the funding formula for O&M for athletics facilities has remained the same for several decades, since 2008, and needs to be updated to reflect the accuracy of our space on our campus. And so, again, we're way behind in that. When you saw that athletics presentation yesterday, if we were able to, when we provide the accurate amount of square footage space, we think it'll reflect better, and then the state could fund that. And we wouldn't have to subsidize that in our current budget. And finally, we're seeking an additional $2.5 million annually to support new NCAA scholarship opportunities for Olympic and women's programs. So in the wake of the House versus NCAA settlement, college athletics has entered a new financial era defined by roster caps, deregulated scholarship limits, and direct benefit payments to student athletes. Among the most significant changes are the new scholarship parameters adopted by the NCAA. So under the previous model, Nevada was permitted to provide 236 total scholarships to our student athletes. Under this new framework, that number increases to 402. So an additional $2.5 million annually would allow us to fund these new scholarships, directly expanding access and opportunity for our student athletes, but particularly our women's student athletes in the Olympic and our women's programs. So this $2.5 million would be dedicated to Olympics and women's programs. So in conclusion, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the Regents, I hope you see that our budget priorities represent strategic, meaningful investments in campus safety, workforce development, academic excellence, student access, and critical infrastructure. And I'm happy to respond to any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, President Sandoval. Are there any Regents with questions? Regent Boylan?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, President Sandoval. That's interesting. And this is just one light question, but what are these things? I walked by them when I was up there last year, and I was like, upside down pyramids? Is that the HVAC system?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, to you and through you to Regent Boylan, it's basically an outdoor air conditioner. I mean, it is HVAC, but obviously that is, I shouldn't say it's obvious, but we have to bring that in every spring in order to make sure that we can cool that building so that it's usable. And as I mentioned, there's a swimming pool in there, there's a gymnasium in there, there are classrooms in there. That's where we teach our dance studios. Those programs are in there. And without that, we cannot cool that building. And so
wow.
It's quite expensive to rent that, and it's just not sustainable. And that's what part of our request is to be able to redo the HVAC system permanently in that building that you see behind it.
Oh yeah, you need the money for that then, because I took pictures of that to ask people, what is this? I've never seen it before, but.
I think it's the biggest one we could find.
Is it? And it looks amazing. I'm like, phew. There's a second question, a little more serious, like Regent Del Calvo was mentioning, and I should have asked President Hebe this also. When we say that it costs us so much money to give these waivers to certain groups that we've agreed to, the money doesn't come to us from the state. It's not mandated like that. How does us, help me here, it's a really simple thing, but if they're sitting in the same classroom with the lights on and the teacher there, how does it cost any more? It doesn't cost us anything to let them sit in a classroom and learn for free unless they use some, in the chemistry lab or something like that. So I always play this in my mind. I'm like, how does it cost us anything when certain groups are allowed to attend classes free? Because, like I said, the lights are on, teachers there, it's already being done.
Yeah. Mr. Chair, if I may, to you and through you to Regent Boylan. So that, again, and I'll repeat what President Hebe said, I think these fee waivers are an extraordinary benefit for our Native American students, for the men and women of our National Guard and their dependents, for foster students, all of these things are great. But to be directly responsive to your question, that is tuition that would have otherwise been paid. And that, helps cover the cost of salaries across campus. It helps cover utilities. It helps cover advisors, all of those things. So it has to be, that money that I specifically mentioned has to be absorbed within our current budget. So I don't think it's free because again, when that tuition is paid, it's spread throughout the costs throughout the entire university.
I get that. I get what you're saying. For one, I'm against free waivers because other students have to carry the burden. Even though I'm asking this question, sounds like I'm in favor of giving waivers to students because others take the burden. So I still don't understand it because it really doesn't cost us anything to say there's 2 more guys sitting in a classroom where there's 20 other students and everything else is covered. Do you see what I'm saying? Just very
No, Mr.
simple.
Chair, and to Regent Boylan, and I don't want to sound argumentative, but when all the students pay tuition, that it gets spread out to pay
Sure.
salaries. It's not just the teacher in the classroom. It's not just the utilities that are paid in the classroom. It's not just the materials in the classroom, and it's spread throughout the entire campus. And so,
I get you.
Yeah.
No, thank you so much, President Sandoval. With your legal background, you always explain things greatly. It's just me. I'm like, it's free, but okay. Thank you so much, President. Thank you, Chair.
I wish it could be free for everybody.
Right, yeah. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Boylan. And probably to that, President Sandoval, as Regent Boylan was talking about the fee waivers, one of the considerations that these are mandated. And so really this speaks to the funding itself in terms of how the legislature and the state is contributing to higher education. And so when you have those, mandates that require an institution to do something, except the funding isn't there, then it puts the institution in a precarious position and puts them upside down. Are there any other, Regent Del Carlo?
Thank you, Chair Brooks. And to your point about the unfunded mandates, since I've been on the board did decide to fund the foster students. That wasn't a legislative mandate. So if we do a template, which I really think we should, a one-pager, say if the board mandated it or if the legislator mandated it. Because, if nothing else, maybe they'll come in and take care of the mandates they've put on us and we'll just absorb the ones that we put on ourselves. So that's a good point.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's a good consideration, Regent Del Carlo. Regent Brown?
Thank you, Regent Brown, for the record. I am glad to see that campus staffing for Northern Command is on your list, first slide. I know I brought up as a new business item that as we expand and increase, that part of that budget consideration is expanding officers. And I know talking with Chief James and the crew up there, they make do with what they have, but additional officers will be helpful given the expansion and, they have to just cover more ground and there's more activity and we're going into a political season and blah, 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 all the reasons. So I'm glad to see it was priority number 1. And I do think as a system, we need to make sure UPD across the state is taken care of and well-staffed. So thank you.
Yeah, and if I may, Mr. Chair, to you and through to Regent Brown, I want to thank you publicly, Regent Brown, for coming every year and providing those donuts and meeting with UNRPD because they truly appreciate it. Thank you.
President Sandoval, in the presentation that you gave, and I just wanted to clarify, the order in which these were presented, is that the order of priorities in which you're seeking funding?
Mr. Chair, Brian Sandoval, for the record, they're all priorities. I don't want to say that one is, these are all this is the product of, we've really brought down what could be the global request to make. So these are our top priorities across campus. So I wouldn't prioritize these one over the other. This was just an order of presentation.
Thank you, President Sandoval. Are there any other questions for President Sandoval? Thank you very much for your time
Thank
and
you, Mr. Chair.
presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair, Vice Chair, Chancellor, Presidents, and colleagues. Amber Lopez Lassiter, Acting President, Nevada State University. You will see for Nevada State's legislative requests, they're grounded in 3 different areas: workforce alignment, responsible growth, and student support. So looking at targeting strengthening workforce alignment through academic investment, you'll see there specifics around weighted student credit hours. I know at the system level, we're having a broader discussion around the funding formula, but we're also looking at something that would allow us to grow deliberately and in line investment with measurable demand. For us, nursing and speech language pathology are great examples of that. When it comes to student support, initiatives surrounded like transportation, wellness, food insecurity, and housing make very strong completion impacts for our students. And of course, as referenced by our sister institution, campus safety remains a top priority. We're looking for additional dollars that we can invest in AI-assisted security cameras to immediately recognize potential emergencies and threats. For deferred maintenance, like the rest of us, we're getting up there in age, but I, unlike my colleagues, am not older than any building that we have on campus. Of course, that does not mean that we do not have needs, whether it's chillers, HVACs, fire systems. We're very grateful for the opportunity to keep our Sterling campus at full capacity and, of course, support system-wide efforts related to deferred maintenance. In reference to caseload, this is a great example that really reflects the strong growth in weighted student credit hours across the institution, particularly looking at our nursing. That translates into a cumulative of almost $2.9 million in additional funding formula dollars. It is a very clear signal for Nevada State that our access strategy is scaling in a way that aligns with the state workforce priorities. On the capital improvement front, these are projects that you're familiar with. They include our academic village, the Student Wellness Center, and a STEAM building. As our enrollment has continued to be steady, we are exceptionally tight on space, and that is a campus-wide component. I do want to note for the Student Wellness Center that we were successful in securing $1.8 million from the feds through an earmark that has allowed us to start on the architectural and engineering components of that project. Those are a couple of the renderings there. In closing, I will note that for an institution like Nevada State, these types of investments that come to us have a tremendous impact when it comes to return on investment for student success and for the general viability. And happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, President. Are there any, Regent Boylan?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, President Lassiter. 2 things. One was I forget how much you were asking for the safety and security. Do you know off the top of your head how much you got from that $11 million?
I do. We received.
Awesome.
Yes, we received $800,000.
I see.
And we are in the process of utilizing those dollars for lighting, additional cameras, and building access upgrades.
And you're asking for how much more? I might forget
Let me
that.
look here. $2 million.
2 million. And you only got 800,000, but you need 2 million more. Okay, thank you. One
Yes.
other question. I think it was at the bottom of the 3rd slide. It was $1 million for feeding the students, or pantry, or food pantry, or something. What was that about?
Yes, so the increased student support, food and housing. So we have found that by investing in removing barriers has an incredible impact on the retention of our students. And so that would be a specific initiative where we would be able to allocate those dollars towards those specific items.
Now, is that housing on the campus? Because you have those wee little units for students up there. Are you talking about that and building some more, or just handing out, giving people the dole, the students?
So we do currently have some emergency scholarship dollars that are available for students. And so some of those dollars would be able to be allocated on a case-by-case basis.
Oh, so you'd give it to the students to rent something somewhere?
Yes,
It's not on campus?
it could potentially be on campus, but this is the general outline of an initiative that then we would work between now and the legislative sessions to have all of the specifics.
Interesting. Thank you, ma'am.
Of course.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Regent Borland. Are there any other regents with questions? Thank you very much for the
Appreciate it. Thank you.
presentation. Appreciate your time.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, Regents, Chancellor, and colleagues. Kamud Acharya, President of DRI, thank you for this opportunity to talk about our budget. So our base budget from the state for our operating, we anticipate it to be slightly over $11 million. We're thankful to the governor and legislators for allowing us to change our funding formula in FY23 legislative session. So that has made us more stable, more competitive, and we're happy with what we're getting from the state in terms of our base budget. So one of our top priorities is always our cloud seeding program. Thank you to then Senator Pete Goykochia, who's been a great champion for our cloud seeding program. We received in this biennium, we received $1.2 million, $600,000 per year for the biennium, $1.2 million. We would be seeking $750,000 each year for the next 2 years for the 27-29. So DRI obviously runs state cloud seeding programs. So what this allows us is to bring more water in our state. So we increase precipitation by 10 to 13%. So we believe that we added almost 40,000 acre-feet of water in the last session alone. So this is our really important request. And Regent Carvalho, you would love this. We would like to turn our Boulder City facility, renovate that facility into a more sustainable and resilient research and education center. We received this facility from the city of Boulder City in, I believe, in the 70s, and we haven't had any upgrades, any renovation done here. We have a lab, but we would like to turn that into a more like an education center. We'll run our state STEM programs, do teachers education, and a facility for kids to come and learn. So we will be seeking also, Congresswoman Titus brought us $850,000 to kickstart this program, to convert this into a center, resiliency center. So we will be seeking additional $7 million, one-shot money, to turn this facility into a state-of-the-art learning center. So let's see where this goes. This is our one-time request. And then Nevada Water Program. This is a program that we are doing for the state of Nevada. DCNR, Department of Conservation and Natural Resources, and then the State Engineer's Office. They've been using 70-year-old data to basically allocate groundwaters or the water rights here in the state. So in 2023, the state legislators invested $6 million of ARPA funding to DRI and USGS to update that database for the whole state, groundwater basins. So this is a service that we're providing to the state, so we will be needing more support for this one. So this is a long-term program, so we'll be asking for $4 million a biennium for maybe a few more times a few bienniums. So we're hopeful that this will allow us to get the data that the state needs so that they can allocate water appropriately. Right now, the data set is really, really old. Let's see. The last one is our capital improvement request. Some of our facilities also are very, very old. The fume hood and exhaust controls, we're requesting $3 million. And boiler replacement, I mean, some of them, like I'm not as old as UNR and other places, but still 35 years old system. So we're seeking a couple of more of our capital improvement requests. And that's about it for us. Small institutions, but we have big ambition and big goals. Thank you.
Thank you, President Acharya. Are there any questions for the president? Thank you very much for your time.
Yes, Chair, I have a question.
Perfect. Regent Downs?
So this is probably not appropriate, and so I'm waiting for legal to tell me to not ask the question. I had a question about the cloud seeding program that you do. So when you seed cloud in one area and that causes precipitation, does that mean downstream, downwind, those places would not have gotten the precipitation they would have gotten otherwise?
Thank you, Regent Downs, for that question. That is actually, so what happens is we're actually seeding cloud. That precipitation would not have fallen to the ground if we hadn't seeded. So it's the cloud that actually, we're not stealing from the neighborhood. So what, I mean, I would be, I would be happy to invite you to our campus and show you how this all works. So what happens is in winter months when the precipitation are passing above, those precipitation that are not likely to fall on the ground is where we then add that silver iodide that would then allow them to come down. So that precipitation we would have lost that instead of coming to the ground. So you see what I'm going? It's not the precipitation which would have in any case come down to the earth, the ground. We're not doing anything to that. It's the precipitation that's like, it's not ready to come down, but it needs some help. So in essence, if we do not seed cloud, that would be just lost. So we're not stealing from the other downwind or other neighborhoods. Does that make any sense?
Okay. Well, to a degree, I know that we live in a brain shadow here, so I mean, my take that I'm not an expert in this, so you are. If a cloud reforms after the rain shadow downwind from us, then it might rain out in Elko or in Utah. So I was wondering about that. If that's something that we're, by making it rain here or snow here, then it's not happening down there.
Thank you for that. That's not necessarily the case.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, maybe sometime I can visit DRI and see how it all works.
That sounds good.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Regent Downs. Regent Boylan?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for that, President Acharya. This guy, Downs, Regent Downs, he's got more guts than me, because I had a question similar to that, and I was waiting for legal. He's ready to pounce on me about this. So when we see these contrails here and there are no clouds, why are you guys doing that? Who's doing that? I know it's a woo-ha, that's one of those scary things, UFOs and all that shite, but why do you guys see the sky when there's, I can't say that? I'm sorry, she says I can't say that. I cannot say shite, so I won't say it. So why do we see these contrails, and some of us know that that's what's happening? There's no clouds. What are you seeding?
So thank you for that question. So those contrails are not the result of cloud seeding.
Okay.
Those contrails are coming from the aircrafts. They use hydrogen fuel. When they release their fumes, it reacts with the oxygen in the air and it forms a vapor is formed. That contrail is just a vapor in the sky. That has nothing to do with the cloud seeding. Cloud seeding is done from the ground in winter months when the low precipitations are hanging. We turn that into rain.
Okay, I get that, yeah.
But the contrails are not associated with cloud seeding at all.
Okay, and I'm not
And they
gonna,
are not poisonous, by the way, they're just a vapor trail.
that would be from each plane then, but it's not from every plane.
The
We
planes
know
that use hydrogen fuel.
Okay, thank you so much. Am I still invited with him to come and visit the place?
Of course.
Because I'd love to see that and see.
course.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chair.
Chair Brooks, just
Thank
a
you, Regent
gentle
Borland.
reminder for the board, this is a budget and capital improvement agenda item, so.
But isn't this more interesting in terms of some of the things that we're learning, council?
You'd have
I
to
mean,
ask CFO
can you give us
Patel.
just
I
a
don't
little
know.
bit of leeway to have some fun with this today?
That was your leeway.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you very much, President Acharya. Thank you. Thank you. President Denali, would you like to present for GBC? Or we can always ask Regent Borland if there are more questions for President Acharya.
Thank you, sir. I can ask him some more questions, but I'll be arrested by, where are the guys with the dark glasses and black suits? Okay, I'm fine. Thank you, sir.
All right. Can we go to GBC? Oh, I've got it. It's me. It's CSN.
You can go ahead and do ours.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Brooks, Vice Chair Goodman, Regents, Chancellor McNair, and weather enthusiasts. How about that? For the record, I am Dr. Amber Dinelli, and I am the president of Great Basin College. And it is a pleasure for me to talk about our budget, talk about some of the things you'll hear. I'll start it. It will be kind of a waterfall effect with the rest of the presidents, because many of the things that I talk about are things that they will also talk about. We've experienced some pretty significant growth at Great Basin College, and so in fall of 2023, our enrollment was right around 2,900 students. We're right around 3,600, so you can see how important that caseload growth would be for us if that was funded this year or in this session. The other area that we have lost funding in is with the small institution factor. So while we were excited to see that go from $30 to $40, it being phased in, and right now we're only at a 40%, you can see the impact of what that is. And so that's why we're asking for that to be at 100%. The other thing that I'd like everybody to consider and think about is the weighted student credit hours for health sciences. Right now it is funded at a 2-to-1. We would be asking for the system to propose a funding at a 3-to-1. Right now CTE programs are funded at a 4-to-1. So you can imagine what that would do for us for all of those health science programs at any one of our institutions. With that fantastic caseload growth, that also means that we're out of range of that 1 to 350 advisors, so we'd also be requesting some additional funding. And I also would like to report some really fantastic news, so we can take that CDL program right off there, because we were recipients of $630,000 of WIN funding 2 weeks ago. So that's a big win for us. It allowed us to buy an additional semi-truck, add an additional faculty, and so GBC will be taking that truck to all of our remote campuses for additional training and people that live within those areas. So there's a big win. I'm going to also talk about our 3 top capital improvement slides coming up, but I want to hit safety and security. We were only a recipient of $400,000, and while that is a significant amount of money, we have multiple campuses, and that did help us start a project at our offsites for a badging system. Every campus that we have, still has an actual key lock, so when we have to close down or lock down a campus, many times what happens is people are out walking around and there's just no way to control that. So in order for us to effectively do that, we have that budgeted out, and that's about a $5 million a year project. Either way, we're starting to work through that process to make sure that we have cameras at all of our locations, and we'll slowly start working towards badging all of our buildings. Our remote locations are a priority, because they have limited security. Obviously, the police officers that we have are located on our Elko campus. The fee waiver is another area that is an impact to us, just in the fact that we have 5 different reservations within our campuses. We're right around 118 students for that. That's basically doubled over the last 2 years. The cost of that, and why we are super excited about that. In fact, the classified recipient, Melinda Katsky, she definitely should have received that award. She has tripled all of our Native American students that we have. I hope that they are funneling to one of our universities after they leave Great Basin College, which means that they're going to continue to impact UNR and UNLV. But it is something really amazing to see. But in a small institution, it is very, very impactful when we have to come up with the funds to cover that. So cybersecurity obviously is with the costs of cybersecurity right now. We definitely need some assistance with that. And then the mental health funding that we're requesting, that is actually to pay for somebody just to manage our Better Mind platform that we use. 3 years ago, before we implemented Better Mind, we only had 4 students that were accessing mental health resources. Right now, we have around 140, 150 students accessing those resources. It's not students that are in crisis. Sometimes it's just students that are dealing with anxiety, depression. They have different support groups. It's a 24/7, which out in remote rural Nevada is pretty significant resource. So we're happy to provide that, but it also has come with the fact that there's somebody that has to manage that. And right now we have somebody else who has a full-time job trying to manage that. So with that, I want to talk about our Winnemucca Industrial Technology Building. This is a really exciting project. Again, we were recipients from the Tech Hub funding, $1.8 million, and then an additional $1 million out of DEETR. We are leasing a building. We just had our grand opening. We have added 4 programs into that building. It's around 10,000 square feet. It needs to be about 20,000 square feet. And while we do have the ability to, and the land on our Winnemucca property to build a new building, our partners at State Public Works bid that out for us, and it came in at $29 million. So that is what this request is. Great Basin College has the ability to contribute $5 million in seed money. We'd have to do a capital campaign for around $5 million. But we do know that that lease that we have is only till 2029, so it has a cliff. And so we're very actively looking at what that solution is now. So this is definitely a big priority for us. Deferred maintenance, we all talk about it, we all have it. Great Basin College was a recipient out of the SB 427 for $1.9 million. That project right now is in design. That pays for 44 HVAC units on these particular 2 buildings. So while everybody is going to have air conditioning and heating, the roof on both of those buildings has lived its life expectancy. I'm sure that they are older than me, and I'm going to stick with that because that seems to be our trend for today. But we are getting to the point where we're starting to catch up, and in our ending slide, you'll see that we are starting to catch up on this maintenance, because I know we talk about it all the time, but on some of these really old buildings, we are making headway, and so we do need 2 new roofs, and those are estimated at $1 million and $1.2 billion. Our capital improvement project in Pahrump, last year, I talked a lot about, actually the last 2 years, I've talked a lot about this. That design is old. It is from 2016. It is 2 traditional buildings, and that's not who we are. Our workforce and the things that we do are very industry focused. And so that original project, and we've pitched it before, is right around $130 million. We had an opportunity to meet with the BLM about 4 months ago, talk to them about changing our design. They sent us all the paperwork and everything that we have to do. We do not have a time limit on this particular land. It is deeded over to us. And so where we had previously thought that we were on a time clock, we are not. We do have the ability to resubmit to the BLM with a new project and a new plan, which will take about a year. And with that, We also had that cost out, and it was right around 39 million just for the design and the buildings. That doesn't include any of the land, and as you see, like, that is a picture of it. So there is no infrastructure whatsoever with this. I estimate that that's probably an additional 40 to 50 million just to add the infrastructure in, but it's still significantly less than the 130 million that was on that. So while this is still a capital improvement project for us, it's one that we're willing to park, at least for a whole nother session. And with that, this is what we have left in our deferred maintenance. We have a few high dollar items, obviously with the roofs, but the rest of it is starting to come together. And with that, I will take any questions.
Thank you, President Denali. Are there any questions for the President? Vice Chair Goodman and then Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you for that presentation. Are you limited with your BLM land to work with private industry? Are they precluding you from doing that, or is it just deeded over to you and you can move forward as you see fit?
Thank you for the question, Vice Chair Goodman. For the record, Dr. Amber Dinelli, President of Great Basin College. We did do a lot of legal the last 6 months to see what our options were because as a new president, one of the things that I was saying, well, can't we just have somebody build it for us and then we'll move in and not have all those fees? And they said, absolutely not. So you can partner with someone, but you're still tied to whatever the prevailing wages are and whatever those costs are that are ultimately bid out for a state project.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Brooks. I was thinking when you were saying that building was designed in 2016 doesn't fit your need. Well, CSN has just got ETSI and WETSI. Would that be the kind of building you need? Have you seen the west side?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Regent Del Carlo. For the record, Amber Dinelli, President of Great Basin College. What we're looking for and what that building design is the exact same building that we have designed for Winnemucca. So it's an industrial building that has space for electrical, machining, manufacturing, welding, and diesel. And those are our primary target programs within that facility. The reason for that is that Beatty, which is just down the road, is also where Anglo Gold will be starting their production. And just down from that is Tonopah, which is the next largest lithium deposit. So you can see why that population in Pahrump is going to start to change because the feeder for those locations is going to be employees from Pahrump area. Thank you.
Regent Borland.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for that, President. You said you received $300,000 for the security money and that was used on badging?
Yeah. Regent Boylan, for the record, Amber Dinelli, President of Great Basin College. What we did with that is we had an antiquated video system there, so we did basically an estimate on what it would be to match up the video cameras and add in a keyless entry system. We originally received $400,000, not $300,000, and so that will be just about enough to cover the cost of that there, Winnemucca, and what we need in Ely.
And you're asking for how much more?
The system that we're asking for that would tie all of those buildings in comes in at right around, let's see, what did we have?
I know you said it, I'm sorry.
Nope, you're fine. It's 5 million.
5 million?
Mm-hmm. To do all of it.
To do all the system. What about increase in security personnel? Because I know you only have one person and sometimes you have none.
Yeah.
So you'll need more money for that, right?
Thank you for the question,
Yes,
Regent Boylan. For the record, Amber Dinelli. Our relationship and what we have with Northern Command right now offers us one police officer at our campus, and then we have some additional security that comes with that. We did recently have our Northern Command visit our Pahrump campus and do an assessment on what their needs are. And we're kind of working out a different process and a system in which those other campuses have frequent visits from police, and also they are part of that full assessment on what we need for security and that badging and tying all of that in. The system that we have right now with the video cameras is very antiquated. We don't have anything exteriorly, and like I said, everything else is the metal keys.
Okay, thank you. You need a ton of money up there, but thanks for the presentation. Appreciate it. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Regent Boylan. Regent Kokachia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. President Nally, I just need to clarify it, and I know we've had this conversation, but the land in Pahrump, is that RPP, Recreation Public Purpose?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I just need to make sure I was right. Okay.
Thank you, Regent Kokachia. Are there any other questions? Thank you, President Denali. We appreciate your time and your budget report. Hello, President.
Regent Brooks, Chair Brooks, Vice Chair Goodman, members of the board. Sorry, I just wanted to make sure I got to the right slide going backwards. Thank you very much. Over the last couple minutes with Amber coming up, it allowed me more time to be able to create a new item that I'll share with you today. It's $500 million for cloud seeding. So it'll give you an opportunity now to ask the questions that is required, but I'll pass everything off to my colleague to my right. Thank you very much for having us here today to be able to present. I'd like to first start off with some. Yes. Yes. There we go. Thank you very much. Start off with operational priorities for the College of Southern Nevada. First off, we'd like to start off with the safety and security. Biannually, we are requesting $2.5 million to continue on our expansion with our camera coverage, as well as enhancing classroom safety features, panic software, and internal lockdown capabilities. Currently, right now, we received $1.8 million from the $11 million that was provided. To really start on some of these projects, we believe we need about another $2.5 million to continue this work. The other one, too, is on the, as you heard earlier and previously from my colleagues about the increased weight of the SIP 51 or health programs. Our request is to go from the current of 2 up to 4 for lower division and 4.4 for upper division. That would help us in comparison with our colleagues at the R1s with their BSN and their graduate programs where they're running at, I think, 5.5 and 6.5. We really feel like this would be an advantage for us and help us out, especially when you take a look at the weight of only 2 rather than 4, where a lot of our current technical education programs kind of fall. We believe that the health program should equate to that. So those are some numbers and figures there in regards to our increased weight request. Also, we have our increase of advisors. As you might remember back in January when I spoke about the registration fee increases, one of the things I said is that CSN has not yet hit the mandated or NSHE mandate for advisor ratio of 350 to 1. Our goal is to continue to strengthen our case management advising approach. And if you take a look at our fall 2025 headcount, close to 30,000, and our staffing ratio right now for advisors is 631 to 1. We would need a number of new academic advisors to be able to hit that 350 to 1 ratio. We're also looking at requesting an increase in our prison education program. We have expanded that exponentially over the last couple of years, thanks to some good work that we have from our team and also the relationships that we have with the local prisons. When you look at this, $1.63 million would really help us with the additional staff that is required to keep up with that demand. So that is one that we're looking at. I think right now that we might get 300,000 or 100 and something thousand from 300,000. We really do need to receive more money in that area to be able to continue on the work that we do with our prison education partners. The other one, too, is the Silver State Opportunity Grant. I know Vice Chancellor Vitone mentioned this earlier about the SSOG. What we're requesting is to expand it up by $1.2 million above our already currently $2.2 million to be able to help us out in providing some need-based grant for low-income students and to advance and enhance that area. We do have a couple others here, co-requisite math expansion. You might have heard Dr. McCoy yesterday when he was talking about our math pilot program or the parachute course. When taking a look at our biennial request with our change in our math courses to a 5 to a 6 credit type each program or course offering, when you look at our full-time faculty, before they were able to teach 5 3-credit courses, now they're only able to teach 3 5-credit courses. And therefore, that shrinks down our load capability of our instruction. And one of the things that we're looking at is order to hit a ratio or hit the 100% of requirement for students taking these type of math classes, that we would need at least 8 more full-time faculty. So that is one that we also have out in with you. The other one is difficult in recruit market higher faculty salaries. We do have a difficulty if you take like our veterinarian program, which is a great program, and in order to have that, you have to have a veterinarian. And in order for us to hire somebody, and we keep within the range of 53,000 to 73,000, there's not a veterinarian that would want to come and work for us. We need to be at the 150. We need that ability to expand. It's not just a veterinarian. There's many other programs that we have that we believe that that would greatly help us as well. Moving forward here, increase in dual enrollment funding. We really believe that to provide stipend equity and concurrent enrollment instructors, software and technology, and scholarships for students to really continue to expand the work that we do in dual enrollment, we would be looking at $8.7 million to be able to help us out with that. The increase in funding and workforce development is similar to what was already mentioned before, increasing the WIN funding. I think that was cut in the last session. We're asking to bring that back so there's an ability for us to receive more WIN funding. I just want to bounce into the capital projects just to start off with real quick on our deferred maintenance, which we don't have on here, but our deferred maintenance is $72 million. And there were some items mentioned earlier. I am sad to say that I am older than any of our buildings on any of our college campuses. So I need a lot of deferred maintenance, and I know they do as well. So $72 million, I just wanted to bring that to your attention. I want to start backwards on this. I want to start with the Henderson campus. That's kind of our third, in a way, priority of our A building central plant tie-in. That's a necessary final step tie-in for the expansion of that property and all the buildings there for us to complete basically over 30 years to be able to complete that tie-in, and we really believe it's part of a project, a larger scale project. It's just the final dollars of $1.2 million to complete that project. The other one is the CSN North Las Vegas seismic retrofit. I know this has been in front of you before. There is a building on our campus that has been found in regards to seismic retrofit is in high need, high demand. For a particular building. So that is one that we have out there. It's now at 9.37. The more that we keep having this on there for that retrofit, it's just going to keep increasing in cost, but we're at 9.37 million on that one. What I wanted to jump on real quick is the last one, which has been a priority that's been in front of you for three bienniums. This is a very important one for us, and just to quickly explain, if you're not very familiar with it, our CSN Northwest campus, which is located up at Elkhorn and Durango in the Northwest area, one of the fastest growing areas of Las Vegas. If you take a look at a heat map of how many students that reside up in those zip codes that try to come down to Charleston or our Henderson campus or our North Las Vegas campus, we're talking 9,000 students. And as you might know or have read in the paper that you're looking at 1,000 more homes going up in that section. That expansion in Northwest area is only going to continue to grow. As we have provided to you in the past, with the Northwest campus is starting off on our BLM property, just to let you all know, because I believe the last time maybe we were in front of you with this project, we were still working with the BLM on what is that actual date that we need to begin construction. And at one time we thought it was 2026 and then it was 2028, but we actually received confirmation is 2032. So we are working with the city of Las Vegas, updating an MOA with them to make 2032 as that date for us to show progress on this property. So we got that cleared up since the last biennium, the last session. Since that last session as well, as we've taken a look and have heard from various different people and saying, okay, the 1.56 million or 156 million we had in the request last year, is there a way to scale it down, to bring it forward that make it more palatable for legislators and the governor to help us fund the project? So as we look at this, what we did is we initially took off what is called the EVOC, or it's a vehicle training center up there, about 15 acres or so, that would have been for first responder vehicle training. When you take that off, where we can find hopefully other external funding, it dropped us down to about a $146 million building. This has been in front of you before. You have moved this up on as a high priority. This has also been at the legislature. They did approve it 2 bienniums ago for planning dollars. We put in about $4.5 million. We received $4.2 million from the state. We have about $90 million already invested in this to make it a shovel-ready project. If it was funded today, we would be able to put a shovel in the ground tomorrow. That's where we are at with this project. But because it's still 156 million, the question came up is there another way to scale it down, just because of the size and the complexity of moving this type of cost forward? And we really do firmly believe that the original intent was a 60,000 square foot building that would have been our Public Safety Center of Excellence, which you might have remembered the bill from 2 bienniums ago. It really specifically stated that, planning dollars for this type of project. So working with Public Works, getting it moving forward, again, we're a shovel-ready project for 60,000 square foot facility. The biggest problem of that is about 70 to 80 million is for infrastructure. We're on virgin property that's right up there in the middle of a lot of other development, but it is sitting there bare, and we need to get infrastructure placed there. So what we did is, based on some requests, is to say, hey, is there another way to scale it down, to take a look at phase the building? So we did. Dr. McCoy was able to work with Public Works and come up with another plan of a first phase, a 31,000 square foot, basically just lopping the building in half. And to say, okay, let's move that one forward. Well, you would think, okay, it's half the building, so maybe it would be half of 156 million. No, it is not. It's 122 million. Based on Public Works, which we just received word 2 weeks ago, 122 million to actually do that project. And oh, by the way, for us to be able to do the planning on that, it's another 4.5 million that we have to put in our own dollars to be able to plan out that building. So, okay, well, at least it's at 122 million. That makes it a little bit better. In the meantime, what we've been working with is with our foundation for braided funding approach. Our foundation has committed to raise $10 million to go to this project. We will continue to work with the city of Las Vegas, and we will also continue to look with federal dollars and to be able to assist us with the project. I will say that you might remember our ETSI, METSI, and WETSIs yesterday. If you take a look what the city has already put in for these type of educational training centers in combination with CSN, it's almost $60 million that the city has devoted to be able to help us with 60,000 square feet of space. 60,000 square feet of space. The city has already stepped up very well to help us out with these very specific educational training centers. But we still want to go to the city to see, can they help us with infrastructure? Okay, so we still have a $146 million project as a top priority for us. However, with braided funding, with maybe of a potential for Plan B, we are in the midst right now of looking at, is there a Plan C? Scale it down even further. Still, the biggest issue for us is infrastructure to the property. We believe this is still a very high priority because it's not just about a new CSN building, it's about expanding educational access into an educational desert into the northwest corner of the city of Las Vegas. We believe it's a benefit and will only grow enrollment, which is what we hope. And we know a lot of our enrollment goes out to our R1 institutions and supports them as well, and to NSU. So we really believe this is just a continuation of the educational efforts and what we're trying to do in reaching out to various different areas as the Community College of Southern Nevada, as the Community College of Nevada. This is what we should be doing, is expanding out in this one way. I will say there was a board sitting in a room, not in this room, a room similar to this roughly 35 years ago, talking about the same thing with Henderson. The Henderson campus was expanded. It took a bold move from the board, a bold move from us, and a bold move from the state to move that forward. We really do believe this is the fourth attempt now, the fourth item for expansion for CSN, and that's why we put this as our top priority for capital improvement. Mr. Chair, I think that is the last item I had, and we'll move over to Amber Dinelli.
Well, thank you, President Klippenstein. We just want to give Regents the opportunity to ask you a couple of questions if they have any. Are there, Regent Boylan?
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, President Klippenstein. You mentioned that you did a employee climate survey about safety, and they still don't feel safe. Is it because of an active shooter? Is it fires, earthquakes, or cloud seeding? I mean, what are they afraid of? I'm just being funny about those, huh?
Regent Boylan, Stacy Klippenstein for the record. I'm not sure if cloud seeding is one of those.
Thank
However,
goodness.
I will say it's a combination of things when we visit with the group. It could be, just for me being nervous of leaving work at night and being able to walk to my vehicle. It could be active shooter type. Are we trained well enough? Do we have enough cameras around? How are we able to do lockdowns? What's our relationship with UPD and our CSOs and visibility on campus? It's kind of a combination of a lot of that. And so the camera system, the lockdown capability, which is what we're requesting, is a high item for our employees.
So you got a good chunk of the money. That wasn't enough for what you're thinking of doing, right? Because there's lots more to be done. I can give you one idea coming back yesterday from that great, thank you, and I appreciate that reception. There's a long drain. It's a wee little drain, but it's an extremely dangerous thing if people would suddenly rush out of buildings and they don't know that drain is there. That's right in our faces. That's just one thing I noticed. So maybe you can look at it later. I'm sure you haven't thought about it. I'm just kind of kinky about these kind of things. I notice, hey, people are running, they're all going to fall in there because they don't know it's there. So have you done an evaluation since then with the money we got, or is that part of the future that you're thinking of?
Regent Boylan, Stacy Klippenstein for the record. Yes, I would say that from a facilities condition assessment and where we're at with safety and security always remains as our top. So that includes type of landscape, safety and security, sidewalk safety and security, entrance and so forth.
Sure.
That's always on the top of our mind, and we do monitor that and review that. So thank you very much for the point on that particular item. So yes, we do all those type of things. Also, we need to look at our facilities condition assessment at a later point to help guide and I would say inform our facilities master planning process. Part of that facilities master planning process would also be on safety and security.
Sounds good, President. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Regent Boylan. Regent Breger?
I just want to, and I appreciate your presentation and acknowledging the more growth issue. The Southwest, once we get that Northwest campus, the Southwest really needs, even if it's some modular type situation for the next 5 or 8 or 10 years, but that area is really expanding and growing. Mountain's Edge, east and west from there. And I hope in the future we would consider something in that area. It's going to be very needed. It already is needed, but I know that we still have that Northwest factor that really is a priority.
Yes. Regent Breger, Stacy Klippenstein for the record. Yes, thank you for that point. Absolutely. And we've already had dialogue with the county about that expansion down that way. And is there an ability for us to do some type of educational training? We're going to call it the SWETC. So that will be coming up at some point.
I don't think I
we
like
promise that I don't know what we're going to call it, but we'll have fun with it, I'm sure. But yes.
Even if it was let's say it was attached to another building that's already there. Even when we built Grant Sawyer Middle School, we only had X amount of money back then, so we left one wall to where that's where the addition would be, and it really worked out well and saved a lot of funds. So in the future, I know you're thinking of it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, President Klippenstein. I don't believe there's any other questions for you. Thanks a lot for your time and for those budget considerations or priorities. Right before we move to hear from President Alexander with his priorities, on the screen, I don't know if everyone can see the system office up north where Regent Downs and Regent Arascata is, but it looks like we have a clear picture of them. Oh, that's fantastic. And we can see that Regent Arascata is wearing what could be considered UNLV red, or at least the closest that he could get to it, having lost another gentleman's bet with me with the basketball game from last week. And while I'm still a little, I feel like this is not enough representation of UNLV. Do not be surprised if Regent Arascata in our April special meeting is donning more clothing that exemplar, that with the UNLV logo on it. And we appreciate that representation up north, Regent Arascata. Thank you.
I proudly represent the entire state.
What a beautiful answer from a great guy. Thank you. And we'll move on to President Alexander.
Thank you, Chair Brooks and Vice Chair Goodman. Regents, Presidents, Chancellor McNair, thank you so much. I'll happily present our biennial budget priorities for 27-29 at TMCC. I'm Jeffrey Alexander, President of TMCC for the record. Here we have the list. It is concise. Certainly the first priority is to maintain our base budget with the enhancements. These include fully funding our caseload growth plus inflation for the completed weighted student credit hours. Given that we have reverted and maintained our prior funding formula, the college is very interested in ensuring that the hard work done in that space with the priorities that that formula incentivizes are delivered upon with fidelity. So we will be counting those credit hours carefully and submitting the data to the system for its review. Fully funding that is critical for us and the inflation too. Next, we have support for our capital improvement projects, which I'll discuss in a moment, deferred maintenance as well. I'm happy to report that I am 1 year younger than our oldest building. I'm feeling pretty good about that. It's a bit of a hold harmless, but certainly there is work to be done in some of those spaces, and we were very glad to receive $3.5 million in the past biennium for deferred maintenance, helping with the wrap on the exterior of our oldest building, the Red Mountain building, which is starting to peel in the sun. Certainly we need to address that, and also for some boilers and heating equipment that do need to be replaced. They are well past their life cycle. Next, we also seek support for funding the student fee waivers, which at TMCC cost $500,000 approximately in an academic year, and that is a cost that we carry. I have discussed this with our accountants, believing that a waiver could mean indeed that the debit does not appear on our books, but I have not persuaded them. They are fans of general accounting practices, and they see that a student in the class does cost the dollars. Next, we certainly would be very grateful for continued support in the one-shot space for nursing and for safety and security. The safety and security monies we received last time amounted to $725,000. Those monies are fully committed in the form of door locks and window screens and getting a start on the automatic electronic door swipe system that we've installed at our Dandini campus, but that is a project that we wish to continue, and we seek an additional $1 million in the coming biennium to support that rollout at our remaining 3 campuses. And finally, we are very big fans of the idea of a state workforce investment fund. This is a fund that was proposed 2 biennia ago, but the fund proposal did not survive the session. It was seen by legislators as perhaps redundant because there were already workforce dollars in the main budget, and owing to that, the project was sidelined. We would love to see that come back because if the current funding formula is to be retained, at least in the short while, an additional slice of pie on the side might help to enable the colleges and possibly the universities as well in the workforce space where appropriate to apply for dollars that could fund workforce investment projects. Some more details about our priorities in the capital improvement project space. Phase 2 of our proposed fire rescue training center is top of mind for us. The college wishes to step up and train more firefighters in both the wildland and structural firefighting spaces. Reno is short about 9 or 10 firehouses, according to most recent analyses. And of course, the wildland fires encroach ever closer upon the city. And so we imagine becoming a regional fire training destination, not just for Reno Sparks, but also for surrounding counties and even surrounding states where they have a lot of small volunteer firefighting agencies that do not have a place to train. Reno is well equipped with the hotels and the amenities to attract those who may wish to train at our center, and we believe we can become a destination fire training center. This is the center that we train at in Carson City, which of course is very full all the time and does not always afford us the space or the time that we need. And the cost, of course, is something that we would carry no longer if we were able to train at our own facility. Next, we have CIP project number 2 for us is HVAC and refrigeration modernization project at 4 of our buildings because the equipment is getting much, much older and past its life cycle. And this would be important for us to maintain not quite as warm in Reno as here in Las Vegas, but 8 to 10 degrees cooler is still plenty hot in the hottest summer months. And thank you very much. I'll be happy to take your questions.
Thank you, President Alexander. Are there any questions for the President? Regent Borland?
Thank you, sir. I couldn't leave you out, so I had to ask this question. I didn't see any numbers about the safety. You had it under nursing, and we're going to do something. How much of the $11 million did you get up there to do something? Or?
Thank you, Regent Boylan. The question is about the security dollars we received last time. It was $725,000, and we have fully committed those funds to the door locks and the window screens and the electronic door lock process that's underway, being installed at our Dandini campus right now. And we're seeking an additional $1 million to roll out that project at our remaining 3 campuses.
Outstanding. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Regent Borland. Are there any other questions? Thank you, President. We appreciate your time and your list of priorities.
Thank you, Chair.
President Dalpy.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. Ooh, hot mic. I'm Kyle Delpy, president of Western Nevada College, and I want to thank you for letting me go last when there's probably no money left and everybody's looking at the clock. And there's a lot of asks in front of us, and I just connected the dots as I was walking up here that we actually have a resident rainmaker in the room who could probably help us out. If you could do that on the budget side, would be great. That's all I got. Let's go here. So with that, the Western Nevada College asks are up on the board. I will go through them fairly quickly. There is a summary slide at the end that has a list of our priorities. The small institution factor is one of the big ones because it helps the small institutions, the ones that need the support the most, who have the least number of students, least number of credit hours, and drive the formula at a minimum. It was funded last session at 20% for the first year of the biennium, 40% for the second, as you have heard. And again, that has left some money out of our budgets that we would like to see that made 100% whole. And so that affects GBC and WNC now. We support that. Any other school that ended up in that mix would generate it as well, but we are the only 2 that currently qualify for it. The other one that has come up a couple times in this discussion is the fee waiver discussion. You can see our numbers up there for one fiscal year. It is an impact. It is an impact on the state side. It is also an impact on the non-credit side. I am in support of the waivers. They do good for access, but it does cost us. There is a price tag, as well as the high school discounts for us, which are the tuition discounts on the front end. We are managing that now. It is a slim, if anything, margin on how we run our high school dual enrollment programs, but it is significant, and we want to acknowledge that in there, preserve that funding, and continue to offer those classes for students. The other next program I want to mention is our rural nursing program. I don't know if I'm the only one up here not asking for a new building, but this time we're not asking for a new building because we have been very fortunate to receive additional funding, federal funding, private funding to build up our nursing cohorts in Fallon and Douglas. That's to the tune of almost $7 million. It's passed through this board over the past year and a half. I'll pause there real quick and say in my 4+ years as president, the last 18 months, for the first time, I feel like we're not trying to get up the cliff. We actually are over the top of the mountain and running forward momentum. We want to keep that going. The money we have received to renovate our Fallon campus is going to help with that. They have been displaced for almost 6 years now because of the pandemic. They were in the county facility, and Douglas was underutilized. We will be building that into a new nursing cohort. We received federal funds and private funds to renovate those buildings. The state money that has come from the 23 session and the 2023 and 2025 sessions has helped us with equipment and staffing for those programs. So it's a very good mix of a story of how federal, private, and state all work together. We're hoping to keep that going one more cycle at least, because it allows us to stand up those programs and get that weighted student credit hours going so that it'll be self-sufficient going forward, or somewhat. Nursing always costs money, but it'll help us. Our deferred maintenance as well. I don't know, I do know how old I am. I don't know how old all our buildings are, and I don't know where I am on that spectrum. I do know we have a bathroom from 1974 that is just getting an upgrade now for the first time. I am so excited about that. I'm going to do a ribbon cutting with toilet paper, just so you know. I kid you not, and you will all be invited. But we are doing renovations throughout the campuses, but the big one that we've got on the deferred maintenance is that HVAC unit. I heard the discussion up front about the upside-down pyramid HVAC units sitting outside buildings. We will probably have to put one on that Sage Hall. It's a $2 million fix. If it doesn't get done, we will probably have to shut that building down in the summer unless we cannot find an alternate way to cool it. We've been limping along, and unfortunately that one hit. We would like to say thank you for all of the support from the board and the system office and everyone who was lobbying last session. We did receive a couple of projects. We did receive our cafe project. We do appreciate that. We appreciate the money coming in to renovate our observatory, and then right after we received those fundings, bam, we end up with a deferred maintenance project that makes one building out in Fallon almost on the tinkering of destruction. But we will get it fixed. This is our list. To note, we have done a deferred maintenance roundup for the entire campus as part of our planning, so that's why that one's at the top. For safety, security, and cybersecurity, all of it, we've put it into some buckets. There's some items up there very similar to the other campuses. We did use the $400,000 we received out of last session's allocation to the system. We did use that for, we are using it. It's in motion now. It is a video surveillance type on campus, so that's in process. This is additional things going forward. Reminder that safety, security, and even now cybersecurity, anything we do on campus is funded only through registration fees and then weighted student credit hour, state allocation, unless we have a special grant or something, which is why we have to figure out ways to pay for this within our means of the funding formula. And so with that, here's our final slide, I believe. So we always put at the top the caseload growth, which we didn't get all of it last time, but as we grow, we hope that there's more money, and I know the pie is a fixed number. The adequacy discussion is very important. Deferred maintenance is one of our priorities. The small institution factor as well. If I had more money for deferred maintenance and I got my full small institution factor, I probably could pay some of those things that are further down the list. And so that's why they're up at the top. And then the nursing program support. We also have a prison program, which I didn't have enough slides to put in there. And then the fee waiver support and the others. And so with that is our grand list. It is only $16.7 million. If cloud seeding can make that happen, I would appreciate it, President Acharya. And we would be off to running even faster than we are. So thank you, and I will take any questions.
Thank you, President Doppy. I know we have a question from Regent Breger.
It's more of and I appreciate your presentation, it's more of a comment because we see such a spectrum on needs and desires. But I think we need to always put prospectively that even though it's a small campus, the needs are just as great. And so I think that we need to be very careful when we're doing our prioritization or what we ask for from the state and what we do, that we all are here for everybody. And I think that we need to be very cautious in what we do, no matter what campus it is.
Thank you, Regent Breger. Regent Borland.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, President. Appreciate that. I noticed you said you needed so much money for a UPS, which is an uninterruptible power supply. Are you saying that you don't have one now, or is that for another one?
So, Kyle Delpy for the record, we do have these things in operation to keep us going. We need more as we bring other campuses online and as we replace the old technology.
Yep.
That's what that's about.
Okay, that's good, because that's a big thing in safety. And being like you said, an SIF, a small institution, you get the least bit of money, like Regent Breger said. So you got $400,000 out of the 11 million for the safety thing?
Yes, for the last round, yes.
For the last round, okay. I mean, you say the last round.
That was out of the 25th session, the money that came in.
Yeah, okay, out of that you've got 400,000.
Yeah, unless somebody's coming up behind me to tell me something else. Nope, I'm good.
Nobody's
We're good,
coming.
I checked it, we're good.
That's good.
400,000, yes.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Regent Boylan. Regent Carvalho?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the presentation. My comment isn't necessarily directed to WNC, but maybe perhaps for our system office, that I see a theme running throughout many of the institutions that there's HVAC, chiller, boiler issues at all of our campuses, as well as safety and security upgrades. And I do wonder if there's any possibility of economies of scale if some of these projects could be lumped together, or if we could find a way to, do it at the system level to provide some of these deferred maintenance projects. I don't know if that's possible, and I know that probably seems overwhelming, but it would be worth the effort to try and see if there's any cost savings involved with maybe a system approach to some of these projects. Thank you.
So if I could, Mr. Chair, Kyle Delpy, for the record, I'd like to respond just on a related, but maybe not speaking to that directly. I'll let system do that. But the one session in I think it was 23, where we put forward a system request for additional deferred maintenance, and then we all got a piece of that. That was helpful. The project piece of, could I coordinate an HVAC with another, depending on campus space and timelines and all that, might just become complicated. But the group asked for additional deferred maintenance. I have $24 million and counting deferred maintenance at Western, one of the smallest institutions, and the system as a whole gets 15 million from the state each biennium. So additional dollars in the pool help.
Thank you, President Duffy, and thank you, Regent Carvalho. That's a great suggestion. I'm wondering if it's even something that, because of the amount of vendors that we have with NSHE, if there's something that can be done. Perhaps there's a great vendor up in, the northern area of Nevada that could support our institutions, and maybe another vendor in the south that could support those institutions. And based on those bids, maybe there is some substantial savings if we're having, a vendor, navigate the deferred maintenance and some other areas for our campuses. And so that's probably a good way to go in terms of just opening up the conversation for what that could look like. Are there other regions? Regent Del Carlo?
Thank you, Chair Brooks. I don't know if anybody can answer this, but the HECSHEC money, I think it goes back like 40 years. So did the legislation say it can only be 15 million a year? Or can we go back and ask if that can be, that 15 million in 30 years ago date can be adjusted to what those dollars are worth in today's date? Does anybody know the answer to that? Why it's never gone up?
I'm sure there's a cloud seeding joke in there, but it looks like I'll let system answer.
Chris Fatone for the record. I don't know that I can answer if the dollar amount in total is spelled out in legislation. I think 5 of the 15 is, if I remember correctly. The challenge we actually would have with adjusting that amount at this point is that most of that money is being funded, most of that 15 million is being funded from general fund, as is the rest of the operating budget and a lot of the one-shot capital appropriations. So there isn't a dedicated source for funding NSHE's HECSHEC allocation at this point, other than a portion of the total that comes from the slot taxes still. So it is a request we could make. It's a request that's challenged because it bumps up against every other request we make that gets funded from general fund sources.
Okay, I did just down the road when we're going to be doing budgets till September 1st. I'd like complete clarification why. I mean, you could be completely correct, but I'd like to know why, if it was legislation or what, that just makes it 15 million, because 15 million is not the same as it was 30 years ago. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Del Carlo and CFO Vitone. I don't believe there's any other questions, so thank you very much, President Dalpy, for your time and list of priorities. And with that, this is a possible action item, and it seems like there are some running themes with what we've heard today. Aside from what the consideration that Regent Carvalho brought up, some of the other running themes besides the deferred maintenance and campus security which seems to be across the state, is for our smaller institutions, the small institutional factor, to come in at 100%, and then also fee waiver support for our institutions. And so there certainly are ways to, if we want to make this an action item, present a motion in providing some direction. I don't know that there would be enough time right now to consider all directions that the board can, go in terms of things that could be brought back. But we know that, I believe it's in June. CFO Vitone, is it not in June that some of these things are coming back to the board?
Chris Fatone, for the record, yes, that was our plan, was to bring back a preliminary view of priorities to the June meeting. And I would certainly expect those items that you referenced to be included in those.
Thank you, CFO Vitone. But I also think, and I'm trying to remember the slide, whether there were some things that were coming back before June, right? Just for the purposes of the board being able to have continued conversation about the priorities and directions that we can go in.
Chris Fatone, for the record again. So April special meeting will be back with the first view of the ranked capital priorities. And May special meeting will need you to approve your ranking for our submittal to Public Works Board for the capital rankings. At either of those meetings, we could also provide additional updates on the progress on the operating priorities ahead of the June meeting. The June meeting was still anticipated as preliminary for operating because we don't have to have preliminary from the standpoint that we still have time to finalize our request, but we would be looking to potentially have a good sense of the final at that point as we're building the budget for the September deadline.
Thank you.
And then otherwise, the July special is your other opportunity to provide that.
Thank you, CFO Vitone. So it would be possible, based on some of the considerations that we already discussed, that could come to us in April, just as part of the conversations that are taking place. And so I'm wondering if if other regents have, based on the conversations that all the presidents have had with us, is there a running theme that other regents have noticed, or something that they would like to see, at least as part of a conversation in April, as we start to develop what this looks like? Regent Gokachika.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Clearly, the fee waivers and the small institution factors, but I think it'd probably be better if we did incorporate it into a formal agenda item, say in the April meeting, so we could really understand it. Another thing is, I think we all recognize the fact that, we need the state support has to get back up there around the 80%. I mean, these are asks that I think the legislature expects, and we need to put them in place and put them in place early. And then the additional, as we come from the institutions, and whether it be the vet school or, wherever you want, those are going to be additional asks as we move forward. But I think we can, in a formal agenda item in the next meeting, we could probably formulate 4 or 5 things that are very common with all institutions and start them as our basis. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Gokachia. Are there any other regents that would like to provide input? Regent Del Carlo?
Thank you, Chair Brooks. Just to tie into what Regent Gokachia said, I was sitting here thinking as you said that, I mean, almost you could tie in, we had to go for a tuition increase. And why? If you go back to the unfunded mandates, look what it has cost since the first unfunded mandate came. So maybe that chart that I'm asking for goes from the initial time, and all the things that were used to being funded that have been taken away over time. It's real money. I mean, it's all money, but it has really hurt us and caused us to do this tuition increase. Plus, we know our faculty didn't get a pay raise for so long, and it was very difficult not to give them their 12% and their 11%, but it's been very costly doing it. And our funding, I think, has gone, if I'm not mistaken, from 19% of the state budget giving us 19% down to 12%. I mean, the difference in those dollars. I mean, I think we have a very, very compelling story. And I really thought when our new governor came in, his first term, he really took care of K through 12. I mean, I thought it was wonderful. It needed it, especially Clark County where we have the most population. But then I thought the next session would be the session for higher ed. And it was very disappointing that it wasn't. So I just think we have a big story to tell, and I really hope our students get involved telling that story because that's who it affects. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Del Carlo. And so we can go about this in several ways, really. We can create a motion where we add into the motion the things that we've talked about, or we can just provide direction to the system office, the CFO, based on the things that we've talked about. And so it's both ways get the job done. We can just make a direction to the chancellor and our CFO to, in the April meeting, bring back an agenda item where the items that we're honing in on, along with all of the other priorities, as we've already outlined, are going to be the small institutional factors at 100%, fee waiver, unfunded mandate support, deferred maintenance and campus security, and something about state support, where we're coming in at 80% rather than less. Regent Gokachio, is there anything you'd like to add?
I would make a motion that we authorize the chancellor, the chair, to correlate an agenda item for the April meeting. And I think we all understand where we are, what we need to see in it. It might not be complete, clearly won't be, but it'll be the start. And I think we need to put the base in and start building. That's where we're at. Again, as Regent Del Carlo said, we've got a story to tell. And unfortunately, I have to say both sides of it. I happen to be there in 23, so I'm part of the issue. So, hate to say it.
Thank you, Regent Gokachia. And so moving in the manner of having a motion, Regent Gokachia has made a motion to, for the chancellor and I in capacity as chair, and probably work with Chris Fatone, our CFO, to bring back an agenda item that outlines all the things that we've just discussed in terms of where we could sit for April.
Second.
Chair Brooks?
Regent Eriscata, if it's okay, I'll go to discussion, but I just want to clarify the motion, and then we'll open it up for discussion unless I think I'll move it that way, Regent. Go ahead, Regent Eriscata.
I was going to make a friendly amendment to Regent Gogochia's motion, is to also include the business officers of each campus.
That's a great consideration, Regent Eriscata, and I'm wondering how, I believe that part of that would probably work as a way that the CFO would formulate some of these items that would have to be brought back in April. But Regent Eriscata, if you're looking for specific language that adds to the motion for the business officers to have input, then I'll defer to Regent Gokachia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I guess I don't think we want to get too deep into the weeds. Again, with, I know Controller Klinger and Andrew Klinger, they're very good, but we don't want to get too far in the weeds. I'm just looking at, okay, this is the base. And we can all agree that these 4 or 5 items are where we're going to start from. And then I get nervous that maybe everybody starts taking care of their own turf a little bit. And, well, we'd also like to see this, and we'd like to see this. Let's just create the base formula, I hope.
Thank you, Regent Gokachia. So again, we have a motion on the floor by Regent Gokachia for the chair, the chancellor, and the CFO to work together to bring an agenda item back in April. Those areas of the agenda items that'll be brought back will cover small institutional fee factor, or the small institutional factor at 100%, fee waiver, unmanded support, the deferred maintenance and campus security, and having a conversation about state support at 80%. It was seconded by Regent Vice Chair Goodman. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye or yes.
Aye.
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 Those who oppose, please signify by saying no or nay. That motion passes. Thank you. Thank you to the presidents as well. That was great conversation that we were able to have a clear understanding of where your priorities are for the institutions. What I'd like to do is, before there's an item that I want to bring back from, I'm going to open it up from yesterday. It's actually agenda item number 8, which is the chair's report. And I'm bringing this back up because is Mike Wixom in the building right now? Thank you, thank you. So perhaps many of you know the amount of work that Mike Wixom has done for the system office, and perhaps some of you know that Mike is moving on and will not be with us after, today is his last hurrah in his capacity as counsel for real estate and development. And so I wanted to provide some acknowledgement on behalf of the board to Mike Wixom. And so, Mike, I'm gonna read this and then ask you to come forward. And if it's one thing that Mike Wixom always seeks is attention, just like our CFO. So I appreciate you being a good sport about this. The Board of Regents takes great pride in recognizing and celebrating the extraordinary contributions of Mike Wixom, a former regent and board chair, and seasoned attorney whose legal counsel has been an indispensable pillar of strength, wisdom, and integrity for our organization. Throughout his tenure advising the Nevada system of higher education, Mike has demonstrated a rare and remarkable combination of legal brilliance and practical foresight. His work in real estate law has shaped the very physical landscape upon which the future of Nevada's higher education is built. From the careful negotiation of land acquisitions to the structuring of complex development agreements, Mike has approached every matter with the thoughtfulness, diligence, and precision that our institutions have come to rely upon with complete confidence. On behalf of the Board of Regents, the Chancellor, and the entire Nevada system of higher education community, we extend to Mike Wixom our most sincere and heartfelt gratitude. It has been an honor and a privilege to work alongside him. With profound appreciation, we wish him every success, fulfillment, and well-deserved recognition in all that lies ahead. Please come forward, Mike, and thank you. And as Mike's coming up, I'll ask the Regents to please gather around us for a photo to commemorate Mike's appreciation. All right, I think we'll take a 5-minute administrative break, and then we'll come back to the meeting. Thank you. All right, so that we keep a pace with lunch. If we can grab our seats, then we'll get started on the next agenda item. Okay, thank you. We're going to move on to agenda item number 29. This is the land easement to the Boring Company. And I will ask President Heavey to introduce this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Brooks. Delighted to be back today to ask for approval to move forward with the easement for the Boring Company to essentially extend their tunnel under the Thomas and Mack Center parking lot, which is basically the southwestern edge of our campus. And the reason we're asking for this easement is it preserves the right for UNLV to eventually have a station if we come back to the board for approval of that station that would be built at the full cost, full expense of the Boring Company. They've asked us to do it. You approved us to execute this agreement at the appraised value during the December meeting, but it turns out we got two different appraisals that were so widely varied in their valuation of this easement that we thought it was best to come back before the board in order to make sure that the board was comfortable with this arrangement. As I was in December, I'm very excited about being a part of this project. This is obviously a project that is a kind of innovative traffic solution for Southern Nevada, supported by the county, and would tie us into many other locations in Southern Nevada if we're able to eventually build a station. And so we're excited to be a part of this and support this as a member of this community. Before we let Mike Wixom get on his final plane away from the Board of Regents, he's helped us with both the easement and understanding the appraisal. So I'll open it up or let him make a few comments about the two different valuations, and then we'll be happy to answer any questions. We do have some representatives from the Boring Company here with us as well. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you, President Hebe.
Thank you, President Hebe. I promise to be brief. What's the adage? Be brief, be brilliant, be gone, and I will be gone soon. I think it's important for the board to take note of a particular factor with respect to the appraised values. There's a significant difference between the two appraisals. The appraisal that was commissioned by UNLV came in at about 1.1 million, and the appraisal that was provided by the Boring Company is about $1,000. There's obviously a significant delta between the two numbers, but I think it's important for the Regents, for you as a board, to take note of a couple of factors. Through the years, I've dealt with many appraisals, and I've cross-examined many appraisers, and the key issue really is a matter of assumptions. And the appraisal that was prepared at the direction of UNLV was prepared on the assumption that because the tunnel under the easement area is about 20 feet, that there would be limitations on what could be built above the property. And so that appraisal was based on the assumption that the property could never be used for vertical construction. And as was UNLV's obligation, and I think as directed by the board, your fiduciary obligation is to understand the value of the property and what the value of the property means. And that's certainly one value of the property, that it would be limited based on their engineer's advice about what could be built vertically. The Boring Company's appraisal came in at a different assumption. Their assumption was, and not an unreasonable one, that the highest and best use for that area of the Thomas and Mack parking lot is for parking, and that's not an unreasonable assumption. But we thought it was critical for the board to understand both assumptions and both appraised values and the rationale between the two appraised values so you can make an informed decision. Again, there's nothing wrong with either assumption. They're just different assumptions that produce different values, and there's no nefarious purpose, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's just important that, in our view, you have the full information. The area encompassed by the easement will be about 35,000 square feet, which is just shy of an acre, about 8/10 of an acre. And it cuts through the corner of University Center Drive and it's southwest corner of the Thomas and Mack parking lot. So I'm going to stop there and ask if you have any other questions about that. I've reviewed the easement. I helped to draft the easement agreement. We feel comfortable with the protections and the indemnifications that it extends to the system, to UNLV, and to the board in that regard for the construction process and for the use and operation of the tunnel.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Regent McGrath?
Yes, thank you so much. So the discussion about the appraisals being based on two different assumptions, I had thought that because there is an existing system of tunnel under the convention center, that it had become clear that in fact there can be buildings built over the Boring Company's tunnels.
Well, it depends on the nature and the height of the building. And again, when UNLV, as was its obligation when it checked with its engineers to determine what could and could not be built on the building, that was the advice that it received. And again, that wasn't unreasonable advice, and it was based on advice from the engineers that they contacted. And so that was the basis for their appraisal. So there are a lot of factors in terms of where the tunnel can be built. I'm not an engineer, I'm not an appraisal, but as I said, I've looked at a number of appraisals. That was an assumption that was made as part of the appraised value. The other assumption made by the Boring Company appraisal was that it would be continued to be used as a parking lot, and that was its highest and best use. So those are the two assumptions.
Okay. It just seems as though the existing tunnel, and I'll let President Hebe address this, is under Resorts World right now and the convention center. So I don't know
Yes.
where assumptions end and real world
Yeah.
conditions begin, but.
Yeah, thank you for those questions, Regent McGrath. Definitely, we've discussed this issue, and as you note, the Boring Company Tunnel is under multiple existing large structures. And so it does depend, as my discussions with our planning and construction lead, David Fromer, indicate on the nature of the footings that we would use for a building if we were to site it. And the footings could be engineered around the tunnel, or different kinds of footings could be used that would not be penetrate so deep into the ground, use a wider base for buildings rather than the strict pylon. The other thing I would like to add that I didn't have in my opening remarks is the valuation of the station that the Boring Company would offer to build for us is roughly in the $2 million neighborhood. We do want to underline that we'd have to come back to the board for approval of that, so we're not asking for approval for that station. But the value of the station that they're offering to build for us at no cost would be well north of even the higher appraisal that was offered for the easement. So that, based on all of those considerations, we're very enthusiastic about proceeding with this request.
Thank you, Regent McGrath. Regent Boylan?
Thank you, Chair. First, I'm going to say thanks to you for all the work you've done and for all that, Mr. Wixom, and all the things we've gone through together on this board. I appreciate it.
That's very kind of you. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I do appreciate it. I learned a lot. I have two questions, actually. One is, and I've never got this answer properly from even the county. County's thinking, they're planning of, taking Tropicana, making a nice big UV underneath. Yeah, you, President, you know that, what I'm talking about, they're thinking of doing. How will that affect this construction? And then I have another question.
Yeah, thank you for that question, Regent Boylan. Yes, as you note, that we did have an item before the board not too long ago to essentially agree to a set of considerations for what we could call the depressed roadway of Tropicana that would make it subterranean at the intersection of University Center Drive and Tropicana. As an update for the board, the county is asking us to reopen that discussion, and we actually have a meeting scheduled with Clark County Commissioner Gibson in the not-too-distant future. Nice. And the Boring Company's already engineered their tunnel to account for the depth that would be required for the depressed roadway. But if that plan changes sufficiently quickly, they might be able to re-engineer their tunnel to not have to dig so deep. Essentially would push them down almost 100 feet underground, underneath Tropicana if they did the depressed roadway project. But if the depressed roadway project ends up not going forward because of the very substantial additional costs that it would impose on the county, if that decision is made quickly enough, the Boring Company would be able to re-engineer their project and not have to go so deep. I think, as you know from the news clippings related to this, the Boring Company will be proceeding toward the airport. So they want to be on the other side south side of Tropicana, so they don't have to proceed through that signal. We do have a representative from the Boring Company here if you'd like to hear more about the details, but that's the kind of high-level overview of that issue.
That sounds good. I'd like to hear it, but not today. My second question, Chair, is do we have it in writing that they'll come back and make the station up there, or is it just let's shake hands and have a beer together and we'll believe each other? So, okay.
It's in the easement agreement itself. We have added a clause to that effect.
And they'll come back, and so we all cover.
And all of that will be subject to subsequent board approval. And as President Heavey indicated, the way that the easement agreement is structured, it gives you the right but not the obligation to place the station there. That would all be subject to a separate evaluation and discussion.
Outstanding. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Wixom. Thank you, President. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Regent Boylan. Regent Breger?
Sorry, she was talking to me. First of all, I would like to say to Mr. Wixom, thank you so much. You've brought forth a lot of information and good understanding of different items throughout the 3 years that I've been here. And I really appreciate the analogy on the appraisal. Being in real estate, not quite a variance, but I've seen some pretty big ones that you're wondering where each person got their information. So I think giving that analogy to the board was extremely helpful. And I look forward and hope that working with the Boring Company will be as fruitful as it appears. and that it'll be very beneficial for UNLV and really students and staff. If there ends up being, and which I believe that there will be, that free station, to be able to go from here right to the airport would really be pretty dynamic through the years that are coming forward. And I really wish they'd do something all the way around Desert Inn. It would make life really amazing from all the west, but it's my little pitch. Thank you so much, though, for everything. I greatly appreciate it.
Thank you, Regent Breger. Vice Chair Goodman?
Thank you very much. I simply wanted to say, President Hebe, I appreciate you revisiting this. I think that this is really going to be a great advantage for our UNLV students. And I'm very excited. Some of the statistics that I heard is that this is the second largest tunneling system, second only to New York subway system. The tunnel that they've built, which extends, I think, from Paradise Road area all the way to Thomas and Mack, is the longest piece of tunnel that's been done in 25 years. So this is very exciting for our valley, and it really is diversifying our ability to get around. And I'm grateful that we, at least now, will have an opportunity for UNLV students to take advantage of this in the future. So thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Goodman. Regent Gokachia?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I guess in my mind, we're talking about an acre of land in, down in the center of town. I'm more concerned is when they would build a station. There's clearly a huge disparity there, but I think clearly the advantage would be to have the station there and for $1,000 versus $1.1 million. So I guess I'd like to see this kind of locked down and, hey, you will build this station within X amount of time if you're going to put the tunnel in. Any chance to do that, Mike?
President Hebe, for the record, just comment that I think the Boring Company is eager to build the station and have us be a part of this loop. And so every conversation we've had with them has been very enthusiastic about having a station at UNLV as a resource. And so the reluctance has been more on the UNLV side. And so I think they'd be eager to proceed. And they are very eager to dig this tunnel. And so that we appreciate the chair allowing us to bring this item forward at this meeting because they're ready to get in the ground and start digging right by our campus. And again, we could ask the Boring Company if you'd like to hear from them.
Well, I guess in my world, it sounds like that's a real benefit. If we're going to have the tunnel under there, it's to have the station so we can access these other parts of town. So that's just my mind. So I'll let it go at that. If they want to build it, and if we're going to go ahead and let them dig the hole, well, we better get all we can out of it, and that would be the station.
Thank you, Regent Gokachia. Regent Carvalho?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I want to say thank you to everyone who's been involved in this, from the system office, Mr. Wixom, President Hebe, for continuing to advocate on behalf of NSHE and UNLV for this. I appreciate that the easement agreement has finally come to us because I've been saying for a while, we need to see this all in writing. So thank you for bringing that forward to us. I'm excited about the prospect of this innovative transportation mode coming to Las Vegas. There's still some that's kind of yet to be seen on it, and I think I need to acknowledge that there have been some bumps in the road in Las Vegas, and I hope that the Boring Company will continue to do what's right and make sure that their workers are protected, and that also that UNLV and NSHE is held harmless from any issues, and that it's a prosperous relationship. I really do hope for that. But I appreciate you coming forward because I was going to ask very pointedly for the Boring Company to provide us with what a station would look like that you would propose for UNLV.
That sounds great. And thank you, President Hebe, for sort of setting the stage. In terms of what a station would look like, Tyler Fairbanks with the Boring Company. In terms of what a station would look like, it's 2 ramps from the tunnels up to the surface. And at the surface, it's about 8,000 square feet within the parking lot, which there are stalls where the cars go and passengers board. and load and unload within those stalls. So 8 to 10,000 square feet at the surface and 2 ramps out of the tunnels that cross beneath the property.
May I ask a follow-up question? Could you also give us an idea of what the money is? What would the budget be on that?
So we would be building it entirely at our cost. And as President Hebe mentioned, the cost of a station like that is somewhere in the low single-digit millions.
Thank you. And obviously, if that were to come to fruition, as President Hebe mentioned earlier, that would come back before the board. There are other logistics that we would have to work out as well. But thank you for providing that information and look forward to working with you if that does come to fruition. Thank you.
Of course. And the other thing I'll mention, and President Hebe mentioned this as well, but we are extremely excited and eager to build this station. So we'd like to get on the soonest board agenda that we can to bring the station in front of you as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Regent Carvalho. Regent Brown?
Thank you, Regent Brown, for the record. First, I just want to start off by acknowledging that Las Vegas was selected as this massive pilot program, and I'm excited that the county really embraced it. I'm grateful for Steve Hill and LVCVA for championing it and always making sure that our higher ed institutions, especially UNLV, were included in the structure, and then the Boring Company kind of adopted that. So I think it's important to understand that this is multi-layer faceted across the county, and the entire time UNLV was a contributing factor into the growth structure. I was able to take the tour, very impressive from start to finish. And I really enjoy that we saw your map and it went from downtown Las Vegas all the way down to Blue Diamond. And the goal and trajectory is the next 3 to 4 years. I don't think a single person in here can think of a project that massive that could get done on that scale. And again, I just have to reiterate that on that map, there were 6 different stops for the UNLV campus, which is huge. And that literally means that our students and visitors will be able to come to our campus and have more footprint. And I think it's, you know, I've lived in public transportation areas, and I miss it a little bit here. I don't want to have to always have to get in my own car and drive. And I think to include our higher ed institution in a master plan, especially up to 6 stops, is really impressive. And I just wanted to say kind of thank you for that. But then I do want to acknowledge on the map is 6 stops. So I know you're talking about this one stop, the one that we're voting on potentially today with the easement. What would the timeline and trajectory, if you're looking at a full completion 3 to 4 years from now, and what would kind of the process be for if they build the other 5 stops?
We'd like to engage in those conversations to begin building the additional line under University Center where those additional stops would go. We'd like to start that conversation as soon as you all are ready. It's a project we'd like to fast track. UNLV is an extremely important part of the project for the Boring Company. So yeah, we'd like to fast track those conversations as well. But I do think it was important for us to start with this one, nail the process down with the entire team, and then take the rest of the stops from there.
Thank you, Tyler.
Thank you, Regent Brown. Regent Borland?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, young man. It seems like I know you now all the times you've come here over the years.
You too.
My one question that I think one time I asked this, and it's, what do the students get out of it? Do my students get a discount for riding it if they show their badges? I do remember that I was told no a couple of years back when you came in to no, we don't have that. Do you have that in your plans now,
Yes.
or can we do that?
Yes, we will definitely do that. And I think we can work through that when we continue the station conversations. I think it's 3 main things, maybe four main things the students get out of this. One, we're a large engineering firm in your backyard, so internships and full-time jobs as 2. Certainly reduced fees for students, and then finally a very safe and convenient transportation system for their campus.
Oh, I like it. I haven't been, I've been invited, but I've been traveling, so, but I'll take a ride in there one of these days. But would that be as simple as, okay, these students have a UNLV badge or UNR badge or wherever they come from, and they'll get a discount to ride your
Yes,
system?
we can make it that simple.
That's it. See, I love simple things. I'm a simple man. Thank you, young man. Well done.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Regent
Chair.
Blunt.
Yeah.
Thank you, Regent Blunt. Regent Del Carlo?
Thank you, Chair Brooks. I'm glad I took the opportunity to take a tour because I was having a hard time conceptualizing how you did it, and I was so impressed. I mean, really, this is it. The future is now, and this is the future for everywhere else. And I'm really excited that it's happening in Las Vegas. I mean, this is a city that's put a lot of things on the map, and to have all those conventioners, as we saw, seeing this and being able to ride on it, I thought it was phenomenal. Because when you see something like that, you're going to go home and tell at least 10 people. And just the fact of how ecologically sound it is, that there's not gas fumes and things going into the air. This is done with electric vehicles down below. I mean, I thought I was a kid back at Disneyland, honestly, in the Futurama cars or whatever they were called. But I thought it was great. So I appreciate the Boring Company's partnership with us.
Thank you, Regent Del Carlo. Regent Downs or Ariscotta, did you have any questions on this agenda item? No?
Yes, I would like to just back up what Regent Gokachia had said, that I would say before we agree to anything here now, we should probably line out on paper in the agreement the student benefits that they're going to get, as well as whatever kind of station is going to be built, instead of saying, yes, this will happen, sure. I'm not trying to say I don't trust, I just would like to verify here and make it all one neat package. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Downs. President Hebe, it looked like you were coming up to address Regent Downs.
Yeah, thank you for that comment, Regent Downs. As we noted here, this is basically before you today an easement just to dig a tunnel that would have no current student access, but it allows us the right to have the station in the future. And as our council Wixom noted, it is built into the easement that they would build the station at no cost to us. And, in all honesty, the delays have really been on the UNLV side related to figuring out exactly where the station fits best in our Thomas and Mack Center parking lot and the logistics of managing the parking control. Another potential benefit to the students that wasn't mentioned is if we can monetize the parking availability for major events within the city, which is something I think many of the partners would like to see happen, it could also ultimately end up lowering the cost that students would have to pay for parking, because it would be another revenue source to help manage the expenses of our parking infrastructure. So we're asking for this approval today without additional delay because, as I mentioned, their boring machine is in the ground or sitting on the surface about a quarter of a mile from the campus ready to dig into the ground. And so they really need to move forward to get to the airport site that they're aiming for. Thank you.
If I can respond, I appreciate that, President Hevy. But if I can ask legal, and including Mike Wixom at this point, if we could put a condition on any kind of a vote that it does require these other benefits that have been discussed, reduced student costs to use the system and the whatever type of a station that, that's going to cost something in the low, what did you say, single figure millions. So if we could put some kind of condition on any kind of approval today to ensure that we can come back and get those parts met.
Thank you, Michael Wixom, for the record. Thank you, Regent Downs. We have two issues, I think, in connection with your suggestion, which is not an unreasonable one, and I'm not saying that it's not, but we do have a potential open meeting law issue because none of those issues have been agendized in this particular item. The item before you is the easement and the easement only, subject to the condition that the Boring Company agree subsequently to provide a station. that would be one issue, I think, the open meeting law issue. The second issue has to do with, as we indicate in the easement agreement and as President Heavey indicated a few moments ago, the placement of the stations requires a separate evaluation in terms of location, impact on the campus, the location of the tunnels, location and impact on existing structures and on future structures. And so subsequent stations would have to be, in my view, carefully evaluated in terms of the location and how it interacts with the campus, which would require a separate analysis. So I would caution you against that for two reasons. First, because I think it goes beyond the item as agendized, and second, because I believe it requires a second evaluation and understanding of how both a station would, at this particular location, would operate, but also how subsequent stations would interact with the campus, the utilization of the campus, also the master plan for the campus, because this would have a significant impact on the master plan for the campus, which has already been approved. And so it may require, as I think about adjustments to the master plan for the UNLV campus. Is that responsive to your question?
Yes, it is. I appreciate that. I just wish we could have, I know it's hard to think of all the contingencies when you're putting these together, but if we could have had some more guarantees. I know this is something that benefits the Las Vegas area, the community, but also the institution. But if we could kind of package this all together, it would be really nice.
And Regent Downs, Jimmy Martinez for the record, just for clarity's sake, the current easement agreement that's part of the backup material does set out a term that says that the grantee shall fund and construct at its own expense a Vegas Loop terminus at a mutually agreed location within the easement area, subject to the evaluation and approval of the board. So there is the guarantee in there. It's lacking a lot of the specificity, but I think right now we're just, as Mr. Wixom said, we're not at the point where that has been agendized and we don't have the appropriate backup material to analyze that at this time.
I understand that. Thank you. I just would like to, it would have been nice, this is just a would have been nice if we could have had some of the other side benefits a little more spelled out before we make an agreement. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Downs. I'll go to Vice Chair Goodman. You had something you wanted to add, and then Regent Gokachia, and then, okay.
I also just wanted to quickly add, thank you to the Boring Company too for including UNLV. And it wasn't always this easy. The previous administration at UNLV was not that open to the 7 stops that, increase our security and make this, just a much better utilization for our students. And so I just wanted to say thank you, and thank you for including our engineering students. I mean, I think there's so much opportunity there. And Tyler, not only you, but your boss, Steve Davis, thank you. It's just really wonderful to have this kind of partner here and to do this kind of work in our state and then capitalize on it for the university. So thank you.
Regent Gokachia. Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. As I read the agenda here as posted, or at least what I've got in front of me, we're authorizing the Chancellor to go ahead and to negotiate in this. And I guess if we give the Chancellor the guidance that we want it pretty well locked down that they will build a station, he will negotiate on our behalf. And I don't think that's conflicting the agenda.
Thank you.
Chair Brooks, Chris Nielsen for the record. I just want to echo, respond to Regent Gokachia's comments and Chief General Counsel's comments. From an open meeting law perspective, yes, I don't think you have the ability to put conditions on this. It's really to authorize the approval of the easement and then further authorize the Chancellor to execute. But as Chief Counsel Martinez did point out, it is required in the easement documents that the station comes back. And I believe at that time, there could be something put into place at that time when that comes back for your approval. So that would be the suggested route.
Thank you, Counsel. Thank you, Regent Gokachia.
Yeah, just to follow up. So at some point, whatever the Chancellor negotiates is going to come back to us for finalized, is what you're saying.
Could I comment on that? So thank you, Regent Gokachia. I think, as I understand the agenda item that's before you, it's for the Chancellor to execute this easement. And as Regent Carvalho noted, it was great that the easement, got before you as posted as supplemental material. That easement was available Tuesday afternoon. And so we are really working in real time, and they're really eager to move forward. I don't actually think it would be practical for the campus to be responsive to the details that are necessary in order to site the station in a timeline that would allow them to build the tunnel. And basically, what the boring company has told us is that if we can't get this done in the timeline when that machine is going by the campus, they're going to go under the street. And if they go under the street, we'll never be able to connect to it because they'd have to close the street to build a connection. And so it's our hope today that you'll approve, the motion would be to approve this easement as written that guarantees that they will build the station. Then we will come back with the details. And again, I would say in all honesty that the delay has been on our side, not on their side, related to the details of the station, because our side, when talking to our parking team, et cetera, they've come up with multiple different sites where they wanted it, and they're looking at the traffic flow for how it affects the Thomas Mack Center parking lot and those kinds of considerations. The boring company's been very responsive. They'll put the station wherever we want it. And so it's been more our side. And so I don't think we can get this done in a time frame that would allow them to connect to us if we add a lot of other stipulations other than approving the easement as written that guarantees that they would fund the station. Thank you.
With that, Mr. Chair, I'd like to put it on the record, though, that it is my feeling, and I think the majority of the Board of Regents here would like to see, and again, we can't guarantee it in writing, we can't negotiate it, but on the record, the boring company is in fact committing to putting that station in place.
This is Tyler Fairbanks with the Boring Company. On the record, yes, we are committed to building that station once approved by UNLV.
Thank you. Thank you, Regent Gokachia.
Chair, may I
Regent
also
Downs.
chime in?
Sure.
Thank you. And also, can we put it on the record as that Regent Boylan was able to get out there, but on the record that there will be some kind of student benefit for you UNLV students, and I'd really like to say any NSHE students, to use this facility. Some kind of discount, some kind of other benefit. Thank you.
I appreciate that, Regent Downs. I just want to make sure that we're not overreaching in terms of what the agenda item is. And so I'm not disagreeing with you. I just want to make sure that as we start moving down the rabbit hole on expectations past an easement, that
Chair Brooks, yeah, I think that Chris Nielsen for the record, I think putting things on the record is certainly appropriate, and I think many things have been put on the record, but for the purposes, you are correct. As far as motion and a second and approval, it's a very narrow item. It's the easement and then authorization for the chancellor to execute the necessary documents, et cetera. So that I would, that might be my suggestion of what type of motion you'd want to entertain.
I appreciate that, Council. And Regent Downs, I think it does make sense. We have heard from representatives of the boring company today that have specifically spoken about the advantages that students will have, the advantage of UNLV. But perhaps if you would like more, then we should get that on the record because that's a request that you're making. And so we can certainly have a representative of the boring company put on the record at this time that they are enthusiastically ready to work with UNLV and support students in various capacities, and not just at the institution, but throughout the city where we've got other things going on with students specific to UNLV.
Again, Tyler Fairbanks with the Boring Company. Yes, Regent Brooks and Regent Downs. The Boring Company is committed to making this system good for UNLV students. That will include discounts for, I should say, NSHE students generally, and you can hold us to that when we bring the station in front of you on in a future board meeting.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you. And I thank you, Regent Downs, and thank you. And I just wanted to add that I did have the opportunity to take the tour of the boring company, and I will share with you that when the offer came before me to take a look at it, I was a little bit reluctant only because of time constraints that I had in my schedule. And after I got the tour, I recognized how impactful seeing it was. And it is really hard to have, I think, an understanding of the size of this project, the technology that they're using to build the tunnels, the infrastructure that already exists in the city, without seeing it. And so I was thankful that I was able to get a tour. And I would suggest that if any regent hasn't had the opportunity yet to schedule a tour, just to be able to see what this project, what the project is currently and what the future could hold with this project. And I would add that at that time, there was conversation that I had with representatives of the Boring Company, and they were authentically enthusiastic about moving things forward as quickly as they could to benefit students. And one of my suggestions was, how quickly can we get infrastructure at other campuses to be able to support students who come from an area where perhaps there is no institution, and move those students to where an institution is, rather than spending the money to build more institutions in different areas. But in any event, they were again, very enthusiastic about getting things done and moving forward. I would be very surprised if it didn't move in the way that they've already articulated. Regent Brown?
Thank you. Chair, I hope we do D, all the above, build more schools and move students around the valley. But with that, I'd like to make a motion to to grant a subsurface easement to the Boring Company to support the construction of a long-term operation of a transportation tunnel located under UNLV property.
Perfect. Is there a second to that motion?
Second. I'll second it.
So we have a motion on the floor by Regent Brown for the board to authorize and grant subsurface easement to the Boring Company to support the construction and long-term operation of a transportation tunnel located beneath the UNLV property. It was seconded by Vice Chair Goodman. Is there any further discussion? We'll do a roll call vote on this one. Chief of Staff Nick Lajewski, will you please help us out with this vote? Thank you.
Regent McGrath.
Yes.
Regent Ariscada.
Yes.
Regent Batista.
Yes.
Regent Boylan.
Aye.
Regent Breaker.
Yes.
Chair Brooks.
Yes.
Regent Brown.
Yes.
Regent Carvalho.
Yes.
Regent Del Carlo.
Yes.
Regent Downs.
Yes.
Regent Fernandez.
Yes.
Regent Goycochea.
Yes.
Vice Chair Goodman.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Chief of Staff Nick Lajewski. We appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you, President Heavey.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for your time. And with that, we will call for lunch. Okay, I hope everybody had a great lunch. The chicken piccata certainly, I've heard from folks, was fantastic. We're going to do some agenda item gymnastics and move things around a little bit to accommodate some scheduling. And so we'll move to agenda item number 22. This is the timeline for updates to the 2027-29 tuition and fees. This is from University of Nevada, Reno School of Medicine. And I'll turn it over to President Sandoval.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chairman, members of the Board of Regents, and Chancellor. For the record, Brian Sandoval, President of the University of Nevada in Reno. Pursuant to NSHE Board of Regents Handbook, Title 4, Chapter 17, the university conducts a biennial review of tuition and fees for the University of Nevada, Reno School of Medicine. This review occurs in the spring of every even-numbered year, and I appoint a committee to carry out that work. The committee's responsibility is to gather and review relevant data and make recommendations to the Chancellor and to this board regarding an appropriate level of tuition and fees for all UNR Med students. In its deliberations, the committee follows a structured, data-informed framework to ensure that any recommendations are thoughtful, comparative, and aligned with both institutional needs and regional context. At the April 17th, 2026 special meeting of this board, I will provide it with an update on any tuition and fee changes recommended by the committee to the Chancellor and to this board. That update will reflect the committee's completed analysis and its preliminary conclusions. At the June 11th through 12th, 2026 quarterly meeting of this board, I will seek approval for the full amount of any proposed increase to be allocated to the state-supported operating budget of the University of Nevada, Reno School of Medicine. Mr. Chair, thank you very much for accommodating us, and that completes my presentation.
Thank you, President Sandoval. I'll open it up to regents who may have questions about this item. Are there any questions for President Sandoval? President Sandoval, I don't see any, and so what I'd like to do is keep you up there and move to agenda item number 27, which is the Life Sciences Building naming rights.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the Board of Regents, and Chancellor McNair. Again, for the record, my name is Brian Sandoval, President of the University of Nevada in Reno. Thank you very much for this opportunity to bring this item to your attention. This proposed $30 million naming gift represents an important milestone for our campus and reflects the strong partnership between the university, the state of Nevada, and our philanthropic supporters. For context, you will recall that during the 36th special session of the Nevada Legislature, with approval from Governor Joe Lombardo, Senate Bill 4 was enacted. That legislation provided a $68.5 million in-state funding to support the construction of the Life Sciences Building, a significant investment that underscores the university's role in advancing research excellence, economic development, and workforce readiness across Nevada. Building on that state investment, the Life Sciences Building will serve as a cornerstone for our academic and research enterprise, including the proposed veterinary school. The facility is planned as an approximately 80,000 square foot, 4-story academic and research building located at the south end of campus, literally across the street from the new Tulloch Business Building in the Mathewson Gateway District. The total project cost is $137 million. We are deeply grateful for both the state's support and the generosity of our donor. This lead gift provides a critical launch for our broader fundraising efforts and serves as a powerful catalyst for additional private support. Looking ahead, the remaining funding will be secured through a combination of university resources and private philanthropy. To that end, and in partnership with the University of Nevada Reno Foundation, we are actively engaging philanthropic partners to complete the funding plan and ensure the successful delivery of this deeply impactful facility. One such partner is Robert Davidson, who has long been part of our Wolfpack family. His impact on our campus has been truly transformational. In 2006, Mr. Davidson and his late wife Jan provided significant support for the Davidson Academy for profoundly gifted middle and high school students, and you heard me discuss that yesterday. The following year, they made a $16 million naming gift for the university's 10,000 square foot state-of-the-art mathematics and science center. Mr. Davidson also donated funds for naming the clean room in the new engineering building that opened in spring of 2025. In that context, this proposed naming represents both a recognition of past impact and commitment to our shared future. With your approval, this naming will honor Robert M. Davidson, and it will celebrate a remarkable and enduring partnership with our university. So, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the board, thank you very much for listening, and we would appreciate your favorable consideration of this agenda item. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, President Sandoval. Are there any questions for President Sandoval for this item? I don't see any. Sure.
Motion for approval.
Okay, we have a motion to approve.
Second.
Thank you. So we have a motion to approve by Regent Arascata for the naming rights, which will be for the Life Science Building, which will be named the Davidson Life Sciences Building. This was seconded by Regent Breger. Is there any further discussion? Regent Del Carlo?
Thank you. I just wanted to say one thing, because he was in my seat before I was. He had been appointed, I think, by you when you were the governor. And he's a citizen of Incline Village where I live, and he's just a wonderful man. And what he and his wife have, she's gone now, but what they have done for humanity and their Davidson Academy, and he's just one of those bigger than life people that has shared his largesse and all. I just had to say some great things about him, because he's, you could do whatever you want with your money, and to put it back in education is truly outstanding. So I just wanted to praise Bob publicly.
Yeah, and Mr. Chair, to Regent Del Carlo, I echo her sentiments, and we are deeply grateful for the generosity of Mr. Davidson. And I think she said it well, his impact on humanity and the state of Nevada is immeasurable.
Thank you, Regent Del Carlo. Thank you, President Sandoval. Regent Boylan?
No, sir. Thank you.
Okay, I believe that's the end of our discussion. So all those in favor, please signify by saying aye or yes.
Aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose, please signify by saying no or nay. That motion passes. Thank you, President
Thank you,
Sandoval.
Mr. Chair.
Congratulations. We'll now move to agenda item number 20. This is the institutional performance metrics over at NSU, and I'll turn this over to Acting President Amber Lopez Lassiter.
Thank you so much, Chair. And I do have a slide deck. Perfect, thank you. Thank you so much, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the board, Chancellor, and colleagues. Dr. Amber Lopez Lassiter, Acting President, Nevada State University. Very pleased to present today's NSU Metrics Report, which reflects the latest performance indicators across enrollment, retention, degree completion, workforce alignment, and institutional health. Before we quickly walk through the numbers, I do want to pause on one thing that connects deeply with both our data and our strategic purpose. Every metric that we analyze is an expression of a deeper reality, and that is the architecture of our institution. Our structures, processes, academic pathways, and our engagement with the community all shape the outcomes behind these numbers. What we're measuring is not a series of isolated data points. These results emerge from how the institution is designed, how it aligns with student needs, and how effectively it links to workforce pathways and regional economic opportunity. The truth is reflected here in the NSU metrics. Whether we're seeing improvements in retention or graduation, these results tell us structurally how well our institution design aligns with the outcomes we seek for students and the community, and we always, of course, are striving for gains. Jumping right into it, when we think about Nevada State University and our institution, we look at our mobility profile. We know that half of our students are Pell eligible, half are first gen, that the typical student at Nevada State is female and is Hispanic. We know that design matters and the data reflects institutional alignment. Looking at fall student count, growth reflects strategic positioning. So you can see here how we have had steady growth, and you can also see there across the top that we've been very intentional about growing our graduate programs. So right now that includes speech language pathology, a master's, our education specialist, and then this last fall we also added a master's in nursing leadership. Moving along to concurrent enrollment, this for us is an exceptional major mobility lever. So when you look at the numbers there, we've seen tremendous growth. Those are the types of numbers you double check. 500%, yes, 500% growth since fall of 2018. In terms of concurrent enrollment conversion, our early alignment increases completion momentum. So looking there, in fall of 2025, over 700 of our incoming students were once concurrent enrollment students, and over 200 of our alumni began their higher educational journey while in high school, which for us is a tremendous pipeline. When we look at the effectiveness component, this structural alignment improves graduation outcomes. And I think you will hear a lot more about this much needed discussion now and leading up to the 2027 legislative session for the concurrent enrollment and the dual enrollment dollars that are invested by the state. We see tremendous return on investment there. So those early dollars lead to better retention rates and in the students performing better in both math and English. In terms of race and ethnicity, Nevada State reflects Nevada's future. And what this slide does is it validates our continued investment in our access-focused capacity. For Pell distribution, nearly half of our students right now are Pell, which for an access institution requires intentional design. So this trend shows how we are operating at truly an access scale. When it comes to the price point of Nevada State University, we are intentionally affordable, and it is certainly a design choice. When you see some oscillation between those numbers, we can point to some of the COVID dollars that were invested into the institution, as well as some specific scholarships, including the $6 million investment by CCSD. Persistence, institutional structure supports working students. So taking a closer look at how our students are doing at the full-time status versus the part-time status, we see continued improvements there. For our graduation rates, we're very proud of each and every individual graduate that crosses the finish line with us, and we are very much looking forward to our commencement in May, where we will cross the 10,000 graduate threshold. For the 150% graduation rates, this upward trajectory reflects systemic refinements. So we have a lot of discussion here around the critical, important role that academic faculty play in the classroom. We know that all of the student support that happens outside of the classroom, something also like our facility staff that take such great care in keeping our campus sterling, they all combine to the student experience. When we look at performance gaps, equity improvements signal structural effectiveness. So as access has expanded, completion rises with all groups. And with some of these numbers too, where you see greater oscillation, you will also, as we dig into the data, see that these numbers can vary quite widely from year to year, and that's where you see some of those different variations. On the non-Pell outcome side, strong long-term completion rates are crystal clear. And so this strengthening completion outcomes across all student populations is very important to everyone. Same thing here. So with our Pell students, they're nearly identical rates as our non-Pell students, showing in terms of how they're performing against their peers. It's a very powerful validation of our student success strategy. When you look specifically at our graduates and where some of those specific occupations are lying, they range from nursing, elementary education, psychology, business, criminal justice. Nothing makes me happier than meeting our alumni out in the community, and whether it's an oncology nurse or someone that's in the classroom, someone on the business side or criminal justice, like I like to say, Nevada State, we're really your neighbors, and our students make an undoubtable difference in the community. And in closing, as we step back, these metrics collectively reflect institutional alignment, growth, affordability, equity outcomes, and workforce alignment, which are not accidental. They reflect intentional institutional design. We will continue refining that design to ensure Nevada State remains aligned with student mobility and with state workforce needs. I want to thank everyone who chooses Nevada State and is part of the success and also the refinement of the institution. It is our honor to serve and be part of the outstanding impact and trajectory of our students. The institutional trajectory is unmistakable, and we're just getting warmed up. So I appreciate the time. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, President Amber Lopez Lassiter. Are there any questions for the President by Regents? I don't see any questions, President, but I will ask if you would kindly stay up there so that I can move to agenda item number 21, which is the Procedures and Guidelines Manual Revisions, RN to BSN tuition and fees at NSU.
Thank you. I appreciate the courtesy, Chair. Acting President Lopez Lassiter, Nevada State University, for the record. As you will see, similar to some of our sister institutions, right For this specific agenda item, I'm respectfully requesting approval of a revision to the P&G manual, and it would align our RN to BSN program non-resident tuition and fee rates with approved increases that this board made earlier this year in the per credit registration fees. So this is intended to ensure that our out-of-state students are not paying a lesser amount than our in-state students. Are there any questions I can answer?
Thank you. Are there any questions for the president? Regent Del Carlo?
Thank you. So, President Lopez, was this just an oversight from before? Or
It was not an oversight, but it is something that we recognize that when we're not intentional about bringing this back to the board, so we've got across the board increases that you see a variation that ends up becoming problematic the longer you don't make some sort of board action, if that makes sense.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Regent Del Carlo. Regent Brown?
I didn't have anything to say, but I will motion to approve.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Sorry.
I appreciate that. I thought I saw that hand go. So we have a motion on the floor for the approval of the procedure and guidelines. It's approval for the revision of the procedure and guidelines manual aligning RN to BSN program non-resident tuition and fee rates. It was motioned by Regent Brown, seconded by Regent Del Carlo. Is there any other discussion for this item? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye or yes.
Aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose, please signify by saying no or nay. Thank you, that passes.
I
Thank you,
appreciate it.
President.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time. Thank you. We'll now move to agenda item number 23. This is for information only. This is a procedures and guidelines manual revision for tuition and fees at the UNLV Kirk-Kerkorian School of Medicine. And President Hevy, there are a few items that UNLV is presenting, but what I'd like to do is break some of this up for you so that you're not standing for an hour before us.
I believe they'll be quick.
Okay, all right. All right, President, thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Chair Brooks, Vice Chair Goodman, members of the board, and Chancellor. Chris Hevy, Interim President of UNLV for the record. For information only today, we're here to update you on the fee request that we will bring forward at a subsequent meeting for approval for the Kirk-Kerkorian School of Medicine tuition. The tuition and fees will not change this year. They've decided to not ask for any increase. There will be an adjustment to increase the amount of the registration fee that is allocated to the Capital Improvement Fund in order to create a reserve to be able to maintain the medical education building. And so basically, we'll reduce the amount that goes to the state operating budget, increase the amount that goes to the Capital Improvement Fund up to 5%, and otherwise the fees would remain stable. So there'd be no impact to the students. Happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you, President Hevy. Are there any questions for the President? I don't see any. President Hevy, if you wouldn't mind staying up there, we'll go to agenda item number 24. This is the Procedures and Guidelines Manual Revision for Tuition and Fees at the UNLV School of Dental Medicine.
Thank you, Chris Hevy, again for the record. Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, Chancellor, members of the board. The School of Dental Medicine is requesting no change to its tuition and fees for this coming academic year. Again, this is an information-only item today, but we'd come back for approval for basically keeping the fees the same. And it would be for the next 2 years, actually.
Thank you, President Hevy. Are there any questions for this agenda item? President Hevy, I don't see any questions. Would you mind staying up there, please? We'll move right into agenda item number 25. This is Procedures and Guidelines Manual Revisions for 27-29 tuition and fees for the UNLV William S. Boyd School of Law.
Thank you, Chair Brooks, Vice Chair, members of the board and chancellor. For the Boyd School of Law, we're requesting approximately a 3.5% increase for fiscal year '28 and the same 3.5% increase for fiscal year '27. The exact amounts are specified in your board materials. Again, today it's for information only. We'd come back for full approval at a subsequent board meeting.
Thank you, President Hebe. Are there any questions specific to this agenda item? I don't see any. President Hebe, please stay up there. We'll move into agenda item number 28. This is the Early Childhood Education Campus Building naming at UNLV, and I'll ask Regent Carvalho if she'd like to make a disclosure.
Thank you, Chair. Pursuant to NRS 281A, I'm disclosing that I am a graduate student at UNLV. I believe that the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my situation would not be materially affected by the information presented in agenda item number 28, so therefore I will be voting on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Carvalho. President Hebe?
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the board, and Chancellor. Today we're here to ask to name the Early Childhood Education Center, the Marlowe Early Childhood Education Campus. We, for many years, had the Lynn Bennett Early Childhood Education Center, and this expansion is adding, I think, 3 buildings to the campus that will basically double the size of the facility and allow them to take in between 72 and 80 new young students. And we often have a wait list that goes up to 120 individuals waiting to get into this early childhood education center. So it's a terrific expansion of the capacity of this center. It's funded by an anonymous donor, so it's not the Marlowe family, but they did choose this name, that they would like it to be called the Marlowe Early Childhood Education Campus, and that will basically represent all of the buildings on the campus. The existing buildings will continue to be named after the Lynn Bennett for the Lynn Bennett Early Childhood Education Center. So this will be kind of an overarching name for the campus, and it represents an 11,000 square foot addition, roughly north of $10 million of anonymous money that was used to fund it, fully donor-funded expansion. Thank you. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, President Hebe. Are there any questions by regents for this agenda item? I don't see any, and with no questions, then I'll ask for a motion to approve.
Okay. I will move to approve to name the expanded early childhood education campus located at the UNLV Maryland campus as the Marlowe Early Childhood Education Campus in recognition of significant philanthropic support provided by an anonymous donor family to support the growth of early childhood education facilities and programs at UNLV.
Second.
Thank you, Regent Carvalho, and that was seconded by Regent Brown. So there's a motion on the floor to approve for the approval to name the expanded early childhood education campus located at the UNLV Maryland campus as the Marlowe Early Childhood Education Campus. Is there any additional discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye or yes.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those who oppose, please signify by saying no or nay. Thank you, President Hebe. We appreciate your time up there. We'll now move back to agenda item 19. This is the employee contract buyouts report. And I will ask Jamie Martinez, our counsel, to provide us with information. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Jimmy Martinez for the record. I am presenting for our CHRO, who's not able to be here today, Yunata Rubin. And this is the annual Chancellor's employee contract report for the 2025 calendar year. As you know, this is a report that's required to come forward to the board pursuant to Title IV, Chapter 3, Section 49. This is a mandatory report of just the number and amount of any contract buyouts that result from notices of contract termination or notices of non-renewal pursuant to NSHE Code Section 5.9, which is a mechanism that allows for a buyout of the contract period. So each employee we'll have a certain notice period for terminations without cause. For instance, if an employee has a 1-year notice period, there may be a buyout of the notice period for 6 months to, in an effort to save money in the long run and get a separation agreement from that employee. There's limited information in this report due to the fact that the details of each buyout are considered confidential personnel records under the code. If you remember, and I don't know how many of you will, but back in 2018, 2019, it came forward from the board that there was concern that there were too many buyouts being offered, and there was a lack of oversight. There was some policy work done to bring air and sunlight to these types of issues. And anytime we're doing that type of a policy review, there's two things we can do. We can restrict conduct, or we can try to restrict it in other matters, such as requiring a report to come forward to the board. Rather than restricting the conduct, because there's so many different unique circumstances in which these types of employee issues arise, we required the report out to the board, and it has consistently been working. For example, from 2019 to 2022, there was an average of 18 buyouts every year. And now that we're doing the annual reporting to the board, this year there's 7. And one of those may have been misreported. I'm looking into it now, but it may only be 6 because one of them, it appears, may not have been subject to the policy at all. So that information is in front of you. If any regions would like to see more details on the individual buyouts, those records are available to you through the Human Resources Department, where you'll be able to come in and review those confidential records in a meeting with HR. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Councilman Martinez. Are there any questions by Regents for this? Regent Del Carlo?
Thank you, Chair Brooks. I'm the only regent on this current board that was there in 2018 when we adopted this. I thought it was really important that we did, because I know there's business reasons for doing things, but I mean, it was really high. It was pretty, and I think we've said over and over that what gets measured matters. And just what you just said, that we've gone from an average of 18 buyouts per year down this 7 this year. It's just a judicious use of your funds, limited funds. So hire better, help the person better if they need remedial or an improvement plan at work. But I think the proof's in the pudding that this is working like we intended it to do. So I hope we keep this policy on the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Del Carlo. I just have a couple of questions. The numbers that we're seeing right now, this is for 1 year. Is this 24 to 25?
This is for, Jimmy Martinez for the record, this is for the calendar year of 2025.
Thank you, I appreciate that. And then the numbers that we're looking at, is this per person? And so if it's broken down by institution and there's $2 amounts, is that per buyout?
Jimmy Martinez for the record, yeah, that's accurate. So if you look at the institution and there's 4 lines in that institution, that means there were 4 employee buyouts during that calendar year.
Thank you. And then just the last question was, when you were presenting this, and you said there could be, maybe one of these may not have to be in here because it may not be subject to policy. What I thought about was, is there a number of buyouts or something that would happen at an institution that might not fit inside this policy where it would be presented to the board in a reporting format?
Jimmy Martinez for the record, there are sometimes litigation settlements that are not part of this policy, mainly because those types of settlements are so diverse. It's really hard to capture everything in one policy at any time. If the board did want to see a list of every settlement that was done for litigation purposes, the board could request something like that in a regent request. This is very specifically tied to notice provisions that are set out in Code Section 5.9. So this is when an employee comes on and they've been with NSHE for 1 year and they have a certain number of months, say 1 year notice period, then there could be a notice of non-reappointment, so that means the decision has been made to not renew that employee's contract at the end of the 1-year notice period. So now they are on the books as an employee for 12 more months from that period, and you can pay them out 6 months to save money for the system and part ways, and the employee is no longer an employee at that time. Sometimes there's litigation issues that come up in other matters. If there's an EEOC case, for instance, there may be claims that institutions choose to resolve, and that has nothing to do with any type of a buyout scenario. That's completely separate, and that's in anticipation of litigation.
Thank you, I appreciate that. I don't believe there's any follow-up questions to that, so thank you very much for presenting this, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
We'll move on to agenda item number 26, if President Acharya is ready to go with his matrix presentation.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, Regents, Chancellor, and Presidents. Kamur Acharya, President of DRI. Thank you for the opportunity to present DRI's metrics. For more than 65 years, our scientists and the students who work alongside them have been working to address our planet's most pressing environmental challenges. We're honored to work with communities across the state and the world to conduct research and science that matters now. And we're proud that our scientists continuously produce solutions that better human and environmental health. I'll start my presentation by sharing a few examples of the impactful research that's happening at DRI. The first one, extreme wildfires. As you recall, last January 2025, there was a massive wildfire in LA, uprooting neighborhoods and displacing entire communities. At the LA, the communities were burning. Our scientists, led by Dr. Vera Sambarova, who happens to be our faculty senate chair, is right here. She gathered her colleagues and she basically went to LA, working with the burned communities to take samples of their houses and all the toxic materials, the ash and everything else, so that when they rebuild, they know what they are facing, what kind of the toxicity exists in that area, and how they need to mitigate that, and then what lessons can be learned. I mean, you saw so many lithium batteries getting burnt in fire. And so it's incredibly important as we see more and more fires across the Western United States, the information that is being generated will be helpful to rebuild. Another program is Nevada Heat Lab. You may have heard about it. The Heat Lab, led by Ariel Chenard of DRI faculty, is focused on extreme heat events, accounting for the complexities of social vulnerability, providing information for decision makers, and elevating concerns. The Heat Lab produces studies that show the need for better responses to urban heat and provide unbiased scientific research information. Last summer, the Heat Lab team surveyed cooling stations around southern Nevada to learn more about how they are used. A new report takes a closer look at the effectiveness of the region's cooling stations. This issue is close to home for DRI. As you know, Reno is the fastest warming city in the country, followed by Las Vegas. The other program, you may have also heard about OpenET, and we live in Western United States where water comes at a premium. This is a program that came out of DRI. It's led by DRI, but also involves NASA, Google, Environmental Defense Fund, using satellite to monitor evapotranspiration from fields across the farmlands and all the Western United States. What it does is it allows water managers, it gives them a tool to understand how to preserve water. And this is becoming a big program now. This program has been rolled out for the whole country. And there is a competing bills that are being introduced in Washington, D.C. by our Senator Masto and Congresswoman Susie Lee to make this a permanent program at USGS to fund DRI for a long time. I was in DC with my team last week, and we visited the USGS headquarters to see if they are still interested in pursuing this program. The other program I briefly touched, I think, that is a new program. It's called the Nevada Water Initiative, where DRI and USGS are working with State Engineer's Office in Carson City to give them a tool to understand our groundwater basin so that they can allocate water appropriately. So as I said earlier in our budget presentation, that they are currently using 70-year-old data. So we are assisting them in updating that whole database for the whole state so that they have better idea of how much water we actually have. And I think I'm going to skip this slide because there's not enough interest in cloud seeding. So this is obviously one of our key programs. The other program is DRI does a lot of work for Department of Defense. And so one of the programs is that we're assisting a Navy in navigating different terrains when they move to different places. Like, for example, this is called a gap crossing program. What if you go to a place and you have to encounter a place where there's a waterways? How do they deal with it? So there are mathematical models based on the data they collected. Our scientists are actually now collecting data in Panama, Alaska, and Yuma, Arizona on this particular topic to help our DoD navigate difficult situations. And then one other one that I think you will be interested in is Nevada, especially in northern Nevada. Reno is one of the top 3 destinations for data centers for the country now. But do we really understand how much energy and water that these data centers require to build? So DRI scientists are involved in developing tools so that we have a better understanding of their uses, energy and water uses. So there's a huge, as you may have heard, the big tech companies are buying nuclear reactors to produce energy so that they can feed the data centers. And so we're deeply involved in this work, and so you will hear more about it in the future. Just wanted to give you just a highlight of a few interesting and important projects that's happening at DRI. And getting into more additional metrics, DRI, I've shared with you that we launched a research immersion internship program a few years ago to provide internship opportunity for community college students, particularly targeting non-STEM students. We wanted to give them an opportunity to come to our labs, work with our scientists, get exposed to science, and see if they would be interested in pursuing their career in STEM. So I'm glad to report to you that we have offered 102 internships so far. And then these are all 16-week internships paid for by grants and contracts. They get credit, they get funding, and they get to work with our scientists. And so we've had almost 60% of our students are first-generation college students. And this has been an amazingly successful program, and we would like to continue to pursue this program in the future. DRI also supports graduate students at UNLV and UNR. Right now, we're supporting almost 40 graduate students. They're all funded by DRI grants and contracts, working with our scientists at our college sister institutions. You've heard about DRI's STEM program. The STEM program is growing at DRI significantly. The program, we offer professional development for educators, workforce development, community outreach. Recently, DRI, in collaboration with UNR, we were awarded $2.7 million grant from the Department of Education to build an integrated AI and computer science teaching and learning ecosystem that supports pre-service teacher preparation and in-service teacher professional learning pathways. TMCC and DRI were the 2 institutions to receive this prestigious competitive 50 grants. So you've heard about our green boxes. We will be building 60 new green boxes just around AI and computer education that will be sent to all over Nevada. It's funded by the grants that we're receiving. And the impact of our STEM program, just in 2025, we touched 43,000 K-12 students in 1 year, 37,000 community members engaged. We trained 638 educators, and then we had 165 undergraduate interns just through our STEM program. Another impactful program, which is growing, is Nevada Robotics Program. The vision of this program is to build a Nevada education system where all students have early and equal access to engaging in quality computer science instruction, to build a foundation for their success in STEM classes. The program includes pre-K through 12 educator professional development workshops, robot and drone lending libraries in Reno, Las Vegas, Elko, and Mesquite. And thank you to President Dinelli. Our robotics researchers work out of Great Basin College in Elko and work with them to expand this program. And we also work with our partners at UNR, TMCC. You will see the impact of our robotics program. They reached 30,000 people, 625 teachers trained, 25,000 students contacted, reached, and then 27,000 books gifted. This is all grant funded. We have a tremendous drone and other robot lending libraries in our campus in Las Vegas, Reno, and Elko, where the teachers and students can borrow all of that materials for free. Demographics at DRI. One of the things that we're trying to do is we're trying to increase our rank 1 and 2 faculty so that we build a future for DRI. As you can see that our rank 4 means the professors, our number of the full professors is decreasing, but we're building our base where rank 2s and 3 numbers are increasing, which is good for DRI's future. I also wanted to give you an idea of our headcount overall versus our executive faculty, because this has been talked about. Since 2020 to 2025, we have grown from, our headcount has gone up from 513 to 639, whereas our executive faculty number has remained fairly constant. So this is a little bit of a busy graph, but I want you to see there's a DRI in the center, and there are 3 graphs, 3 charts on the left. These are our peer institutions, and the 2 on the right are our aspirational institutions. You can see that our revenue trends from 2020 to 25, we're trending upwards every year from 2021 to 25, similar to our aspirational institutions. Our aspirational institutions are Scripps out of UC San Diego and Woods Hole Oceanographic Institute in Massachusetts. And DRI's growth is actually even sharper than our aspirational institutions. But compared to our peers, I think we're doing pretty well. Our scientists also publish peer-reviewed journals, and we publish about 150 to 175 publications every year. And those publications are also cited because these are peer-reviewed, and other papers, they cite DRI's papers. So the citation is roughly about 65,000. So the quality of publication is really judged by the number of citations they get. That's why this is very important. So just wanted to also give you a perspective that we received our last year about $10.8 million. $600,000 was for cloud seeding. And so you see that DRI's share of the NSHE budget is about 1.2%. It's very small. So where do we get our grants? So FY25, just the two institutions, DOD and DOE, we received almost 37% of our funding from 2 institutions, DOD and DOE. The others came from Education, Department of Energy, EPA, NSF, and then we also had about 28% from funding from non-federal sources. Just wanted to give you a sense of where our funding comes from. So I think that research institutions, because we rely on federal funding, I think we are evaluated based on our grants and contracts, our ability to attract funding to our institutions, right? Because we only get about 15% of our funding from the state. The rest all comes from grants and contracts. So you can see that we've been doing pretty well. We were at about $43 million in 21. We almost reached $70 million last year. So we've been doing pretty well, but I can't promise you that we'll have the similar number in '26. So we'll see, because the priorities have changed. The federal level, we're trying to pivot, and so I'm hopeful we'll be close, but I can't promise you, but we'll keeping our fingers crossed. You've seen this graph before. Just want to remind everyone that every dollar we get from the state, we bring additional $4.95 to the state. So that's a pretty good return on investment for the money that we receive from the state. DRI has also been doing pretty well in philanthropic fundraising. So we've gone from roughly about $800,000 to almost $2.5 million the FY25. We also have a small amount of endowment. Our endowment, this is the June of 2025 number. It's at about $50 million right now, our endowment. Just wanted to remind you that at DRI, we launched our Curiosity Lab event. This is this is to tell our stories, tell our stories of our research to public. So we run this program in both Las Vegas and Reno, and our scientists get in front of the community people and tell them the story and the impact of their work and how it touches their life. So this year we launched our program. Already we had one program in Las Vegas. There is March 18th, we have another program coming up in Reno. I welcome you to visit and attend these programs. And you've also heard about our May the Science Be With You. We do this program once a year. We open our campus to local community school students, and we get 800 to 1,500 kids come to DRI. They visit labs, and they get to know DRI. I'd like to close this presentation by a 1-minute video. This video is how like 3 research institutions in Nevada, they work together on a singular mission. So this is a project, so let's play the video, maybe it'll play itself. With that, I conclude my metrics presentations, and I'm happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you, President Acharya, for the presentation. Are there any questions for the President? Regent Borland?
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for that, President. Really interesting. Did one of your slides, and I think you said it too, you can go get these robots and drones like you go to the library and pick up a book?
Thank you for that question, Regent Boylan, Kumar Acharya, for the record. We offer students and teachers opportunity to borrow robots and books and drones for them to use in their classroom, yes, for free.
For free?
Yes. And
when do you think that'll become like open to the public like libraries are for books? Once upon a time, books were really expensive. Why I'm saying it is because I'd love to get a robot to come and clean up after my dogs. We've got a lot of dogs, you know, so I'd get a robot, bada bing, and it's clean.
So right now, all of our drones and robots are targeted towards like teaching students and kids. Yeah. So if we have enough, maybe we'll open that for public. Right now, that we're focusing on students.
Okay, they're just students, even higher ed students?
Oh yeah, of course.
Okay. Yeah. Well done. Thank you so much.
And these are all grant funded, you know.
That's awesome. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Borland. Vice Chair Goodman?
Thank you. I do think you just do great things over there. You know, I'm a really big fan. But I did have a question. Is there any kind of environmental responsibility of like corporations like Google that are doing all of these data centers, that are using all of this water? How like, I mean, it's a pretty big deal. So do they have any kind of responsibility, or do they need to give back, or how do we manage this?
That's a great question, Regent Goodman. You know, a lot of these institutions or agencies, they do have their sustainability plans. And so they do try to minimize the footprint, right? Whether it's water, whether it's carbon, or it's electricity. But right now, I think that this is moving at such a rapid pace, and it's like winner takes all situation, right? And so how do you build data centers fast enough? So what we're trying to do is we're trying to put out information out there for public to see how much water they need, how much electricity, energy they use, right? And right now, I think, we have to, the government has to make them accountable for what they use, right? That's why I think the administration in Washington DC right now is basically telling, I mean, you read in the news, like, you know, I mean, you have to keep the affordability for public, you know, at a MIP. I mean, you can't just use all the data, right? All the energy and water. So actually what we're trying to do is, since we're a non-biased entity, we're trying to put out information for people to see how much is being used. You know, yeah.
Thank you, Vice Chair Goodman. Regent Brown?
Thank you, Regent Brown, for the record. I mean, to Regent Goodman's point, as a state, if we wanted to curtail it, we could stop giving incentives to our data center people as a state. But in the meantime, we have DRI protecting us, so. I also wanted to point out, I liked one of your slides, you get 1.5% of NSHE's overall money, but you show up to 100% of our meetings, so we really appreciate you.
I try to be a team player, you know.
I also want to just reiterate the fact that you guys continue to engage with our grad students. I think that's really powerful. I mean, it's a very important piece to this NSHE systeminess, and being able to have an opportunity for our researchers to come over and work with your scientists. And then I'm really excited for May the Science Be With You. I just put it on my calendar, so.
Thank you.
Thank you again for all you do, and those green boxes are amazing, and we're just really grateful that you guys are world-renowned, but also hyper-local, and that's a tough juxtaposition to navigate, and you guys do it splendidly.
Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Brown. Are there any other questions for the president? Thank you very much, President Acharya. We appreciate the report. And with that, we will move to committee reports. And we'll start, well, actually, so we'll go to agenda item number 30, which is a workforce committee. However, I'll ask Jeff Downs if he has a disclosure he'd like to read prior to going into this agenda item.
I'm sorry, Chair, it wasn't 30. My mistake. It was the BFF agenda I needed to make a disclosure on.
Okay. Then we will move
So
to.
I can do that, yeah.
Thank you, Regent Downs. I'll make sure that we do that as that agenda item comes before us. So for agenda item number 30, which is the workforce committee, I'll ask the chair of that committee, Heather Brown, if there is anything that she would like to report to the board specific to your committee.
Thank you, Chair. Regent Brown, for the record. I'll keep it super sweet. I was really excited that we focused on credit for prior learning. It ended up just growing and expanding. It's going to be a really invaluable way that we're working with our state and getting more people to matriculate through NSHE. So thank you.
Thank you, Regent Brown. And we'll move to agenda item number 31. This is the Ad hoc Nevada State University Presidential Search Committee, and I'll ask the chair of that committee, Chair Amy Carvalho, if she has anything she'd like to report to the board.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just that the application period is now open. The leadership profile is out there, and the academic search is the the search consultant, and they are accepting applications and nominations through the end of this month. Thank you.
Thank you. So if you know of anyone who is interested in this position, the application process is open. We'll move to agenda item number 32, the Security Committee, and I'll ask the chair of that committee, Regent Borland, if there's anything he'd like to report to the board.
Thank you, Chair. The committee, we had our meeting. It was one of the usual meetings where we got all the good stuff that forces our police are doing up north and south. We will be having another committee meeting soon because I didn't get much out of that meeting. There's some questions and answers that need to come forth, and I will be getting into that. There was one thing I had on my mind, but that's gone by, so just that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Regent Borland. We'll move to agenda item number 33. This is the Audit Compliance and Title IX Committee, and I'll ask the chair of that committee, Regent Breger, if there's anything she'd like to report to the board.
That was a dynamic discussion, and I think all of our campuses know what they need to do. So it went very well. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Breger. We'll move to agenda item number 34. This is the Health Science System Committee, and I'll ask the chair of that committee, Vice Chair Goodman, if there's anything she'd like to report to the board.
Thank you. I would like to quickly report that there is a wonderful rural grant out there that was part of the big, beautiful bill that we had a great report from Marcia Turner on that. And it looks like our system is going to work together and really take advantage of that, which is very exciting. We also had a very robust conversation with our friends over at the UNLV Med School, and just, have had some questions, and very exciting that they're bringing in a consultant to work and take a look at what's best practice for the med school. So thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Goodman. We'll move to agenda item number 35. This is the Academic Research and Student Affairs Committee report. And before we go to the chair of that committee, Regent Arascata, I will ask Amy if there's a disclosure she'd like to read. I'm sorry, Regent Carvalho.
No worries. Thank you. Pursuant to NRS 281A, I'm disclosing that I am a graduate student at UNLV. Specifically on the item regarding the UNLV organizational units and instructional materials, I believe that the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my situation would not be materially affected by the information presented in agenda item number 35. I'll be voting on this item. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we'll go to the chair of that committee, Regent Arascata.
Thank you very much, Chair Brooks. As we all saw and heard, the Academic Research and Student Affairs Committee, we went over because it was such a robust agenda. However, each and every one of those agenda items were well focused on. One of the items that was focused on was the 2026 Regents Award recipients. Each of those recipients unquestionably earned the recognition which they deserved. However, there are two regents in particular, two of our predecessors, that two of the awards are named after. And those recipients of those awards, I feel, are worthy of a second call. The first one is the Sam Lieberman Regents Award for Student Scholarship. Sam Lieberman was an outstanding gentleman, representative of Clark County, and had impacted the entire state. If I may, Chair Brooks, may I have a little bit of liberty, and I have about a minute here?
I'd appreciate that, Regent Arascata.
The first undergraduate is at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, Jan Anaris. Second is Alyssa Ayres at Western Nevada. Richard Chang at UNLV. Elena Chow is at the University of Nevada. Trinity Grants is at Nevada State University. Joseph Ogden at College of Southern Nevada. Casey Scholes at GBC. Wendy Ramirez, TMCC. And Lauren Whitnack, UNR graduate. And the second one is hold on, where is it? Bear with me here, folks. Sorry, my computer is one of them nuts here. Classified awards, teaching, Regents. And I believe it was named under Regent Gettys, and I'm having difficulty finding my names here. I apologize, folks. This is not working on my screen. I believe it was the Rising Researcher Award under Regent Gettys. Yep, there it is. Sorry. Here we go. Aru or Dree is UNLV mid-career. Audrey Kleistoff is at DRI, and Valley Friedman at the University of Nevada, Reno. In addition, you had Scott Allen, University of Nevada, Reno. Nathan Chelman at DRI. We had Cara Pacella at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, and Samantha John. As Vice Chair and I Downs, always want to respect the other individuals that are included. Holly Martin, which is Sandia Narayan at the University of Nevada. Katrina Nichols over at Nevada State University. Elnaz Sailabi at the University of Nevada, Reno. And Patrick Zai over at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. Teamwork, Vice Chair, Chair. We appreciate your time, and thank you very much, Chair Brooks, for allowing us to identify those research individuals and the students and the faculty recipients of Sam Lieberman and Jason Gettys. Both of them were outstanding men and great regents.
Yes, thank you, Regent Arascata, and certainly congratulations to all those who received, recognition from those awards. I would say that anyone who had the privilege of knowing Jason Gettys and Sam Lieberman can probably relate to the positive impact that they probably had on you. And so I think it's fantastic that Regent Arascata was able to read those names and keep those memories moving forward. So again, thank you, Regent Arascata. With that, we'll move on to agenda item number 36, the Business, Finance, and Facilities Committee. The chair of that committee is Regent Carvalho. However, I will ask Regent Downs if there's a disclosure he'd like to make.
Thank you, Chair Brooks. So pursuant to NRS Chapter 281A, hereby disclose that I am an employee of WNC, and this is in reference to the summer teaching item on the agenda. So I am scheduled to teach summer 2026. However, my summer pay is self-supporting and not derived from student fees, not from anything from the board here. Under guidance from legal counsel, I have been advised that because of the independence of judgment of a reasonable person would not be materially affected by my situation, I will vote on this matter.
Thank you. Regent Carvalho?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the Business, Finance, and Facilities Committee was an expedient meeting. Thank you to the committee members who helped facilitate that. Among many things that we deliberated were finance and budget reports, as Regent Downs mentioned briefly. Also, we considered for approval a resolution allowing NSHE on behalf of UNR and UNLV to issue bonds up to just under 41 million to save money on some of our capital projects that are being financed. We also approved the facilities master plan for TMCC. We approved a campus water line project for Nevada State that has been discussed very often among the board. Also a lease extension between UNR and NDOW, the Nevada Department of Wildlife. And lastly, a resolution to approve a ground lease for the new Davidson Academy at UNR, among some other things. So those are the highlights of that committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Carvalho. So agenda items number 30 through 36 were our committee reports, and I will ask for a motion to accept all those reports that those reports would be taken together in one motion.
Like so
moved.
Oh, go ahead.
I'll let the two regents fight that one out. You tell me.
I'll take the second.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion by Regent Boylan to accept the committee reports. These are agenda items number 30 through 36, seconded by Regent Carvalho. Is there any discussion or any agenda items that should be pulled? Seeing none, those in favor, please signify by saying aye or yes.
Aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose, please signify by saying no or nay. Thank you. Okay. We will move on to agenda item number 37. This is new business. Are there any regents with new business items? Vice Chair Goodman.
Thank you. Pursuant to what we heard this morning in public comment, I'm interested in putting together a faculty summer salary comparison from all the institutions, please.
Thank you. Is there any other new business? Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you, Chair Brooks. We heard Dr. Taramina at CSN yesterday talk about his 90-minute seminar on AI, and I would like to have the board invite him to come give the Regents that same seminar.
Thank you, Regent Del Carlo. Are there any other? Regent Downs.
Thank you, Chair. In light of all the public comment related to collective bargaining from the different institutions, I'd like to have an agenda item to allow the board to give direction, like to understand where everyone is at this point, but possibly give direction to institutional leadership in their approach to collective bargaining. I'd also like to look at the definition of good faith bargaining to make sure everyone's in compliance with that. And also to allow the board to make a decision on binding arbitration. And I'd like perspectives, not just from our legal counsel, but from others outside the system. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Downs. Regent Arcata.
Thank you, Chair Brooks. You just reminded me about an item. I also like to get an update in regards to the $70 million in student fees. We haven't heard much about that recently. In addition to that item, I also like to provide an update regarding the recently acquired building by UNLV over on Maryland Parkway. That'd be helpful also. Thank you much.
Thank you, Regent Arcata. Before moving over to public comment, I just want to make some, really give some thank yous. So certainly we want to thank President Klippenstein for hosting us here at CSN. It's been a fantastic experience to have the quarterly meeting here. Thank you for all that you do and all that your staff has done to welcome us here. Thank you. We know that you have a lot of campus partners and people that you work with that really are part of the wheel that makes things move for you and for the institution. And so certainly Dr. Yvonne Brella Vasquez, thank you very much for all that you do. Jolene Romero, CSN Events and Facilities crew led by Michael Word, CSN Marketing and Communications led by Stephen Goebel, CSN Office of Technology Services, thank you very much. Audio and visual is thank you to Rick Romero, Claudia Osinga, Ben Labrado, Martin Santos, Eric Hernandez, and Mark Rosenberg. Thank you very much for everything that you do for our audio and visual. SCS, clearly there are things that we cannot do without you. Thank you very much for all your support that you've provided us the last few days. Brian Anzalone, James Unfred, Bentley Holmes Gold, Gar Gusal, Paul Gerbert Dioka, Jessica Grau, Tim Shoup, and Cruz Ladenslager. And thank you very much for the catering group that fed us. The meals the last 2 days were fantastic. Catering was really done with Melissa Devon and Miguel Calderon and Chartwell's Catering Services. So thank you very much for the food the last couple of days. It goes without saying, we always extend our gratitude to University Police Department Southern Command. There's a lot of work that they do prior to these meetings and during the meetings where they are patrolling the area and ensuring that we are all safe while we conduct our business at the campus. So thank you very much to UPD. And it goes without saying, things just could not move in the efficiency, in the efficient manner that they do with the board if it was not for the board staff. So thank you very much to our Chief of Staff, Carrie Nikolajewski, our board staff support, Winter Lipson, Catherine Riley, Klaas Vanderwey, and Holly Herrera. Thank you very much for everything that you do. We really appreciate your support. Thank you. And with that, we will move to agenda item number 38, which is public comment. Is there any public comment at GBC?
There's no public comment at GBC.
Thank you. Is there any public comment at the system office in Reno?
None in Reno.
Thank you. Again, I don't see any public comment here at CSN, and so I will ask if there is any public comment on the phones through SCS.
None at this time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. That is it. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you and have a great weekend.